Good morning and welcome to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. We've got a beautiful couple games of Counter-Strike up for you here in the quarterfinals. I'm Timo and I'm joined by Harry. We've got Fireflux versus City State Punks, followed by Power Mix versus Verdant. Harry, what's your first impressions of Fireflux versus City State Punks?
Well, this seems like a similar game, at least on paper, to one of the games that we had yesterday, that being Endpoint versus Reveal. And the two teams, very disparate if you look at where they're playing at the minute in sort of international competition. You got one at the top of Advanced, you got another one sort of in the middle of Main. But yeah, that was a pretty close match yesterday, as it turned out. And this is a similar setup. City State Punks are a very middle-of-the-pack team in Main at the moment. They're 8-4. Two of those wins are default wins, so they're actually 6-4, which is very middle of the road. You look at Fireflux, they're 9-1 in ESEA Advanced. They are almost dead set in playoffs, which gives them the opportunity to go even further. So on paper, you're like, oh, Fireflux about Endpoint yesterday, and we still got a 3-map all-arounds series. So
yeah, we did. It's quite a difficult one to pinpoint. I think a lot of ESEA main teams, especially ones at a higher level, have that ability to catch off ESEA advanced teams if those advanced teams don't take those main teams seriously. I mean, like you said, we saw exactly that happen with yesterday with Endpoint, and Reveal really surprised us. We were really impressed by them. This match, however, I can see Fireflux definitely having a much larger advantage. I can see the world where the structure of the German team that was Reveal and the individual firepower that they had players who did have advanced experience, whereas City State Punks were not quite sure as to what level that they'd be able to compete off, especially considering where they sit in the ESEA main. Like, their actual results in main aren't the greatest. Then you add to that Fireflux, they've been together for 2 months. Yes, that's not long, but you've got some very experienced players in that lineup. You've got the likes of Paz alongside the coach of Hardstyle, who are known from Space Soldiers from a long, long time ago. So they've been playing Counter-Strike for forever at the top level. You add into that the likes of the individual firepower from Soulfly. He's got a 1.33 rating in the last 2 months, and he's got an incredible rating for opening kills as well.
Yeah, just quickly, you can see the overview there of how the games went down yesterday and also what we've got lined up this morning. Only 2 of these teams can go through to the semi-final. So the question is, obviously, who's it going to be? I think we had a little bit of a surprise yesterday in Reveal taking Endpoint the distance, but overall the teams that on paper should have won did win. And at least in this game, I'm hoping that we return to that sort of form.
Yeah, no, I am hoping that we return to that form, but I still want to see some exciting Counter-Strike. We were blessed with the quality of Counter-Strike. Wow. Not necessarily the quality of Counter-Strike, especially if you consider the Pacific Esports versus Onyx Ravens game. That started off with a 13-0, but at least with the quality of entertainment that the Counter-Strike brought us in both matches.
We had a good time.
We were impressed with... Yeah, we did. It was a very scrappy game, that first best of 3, and that second one had some really nice surprises, gave us plenty of highlights, and for good reason, from great individual plays. Whereas I think the first one was more a case of some poor Counter-Strike allowed room for individual plays to be made. But yeah, we could be in for a similar repeat here. Again, as you mentioned, like you said, Fireflux versus City State Punks. That's an advanced versus a main team. And then you've got Power Mix versus Verdant, another UK team. Hopefully that one later today will give us some more fire to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Reveal really impressed us as well. I think sometimes, these lower tier teams in the likes of Main, etc., sort of have, they'll be a bit rough around the edges, but sometimes these sort of lower leagues can be the breeding ground of where some really innovative ideas actually appear and bubble their way up. I mean, this is a throwback reference here, but you remember Quantum Bellator Fire a while back, and they had this like miracle run all the way to a major while they were still in ESEA main. This was Boomich's debut on the scene. This is a serious throwback, but they had a train game plan that ended up actually propagating across a lot of the top level. They had some really nice executes onto the A bomb site, which ended up getting copied and replicated. So I think, you can't always deal these main teams out by any means. Sometimes it is a case that they just haven't had the time to grind their way up. That said, there are a few known quantities on City State Punks. Like Tarsin has been around for a long time now. I think he's been playing well since even I even think back to the beginning of Go. Like, this is a name that I've seen around for donkey's years at this point. So the fact that he's still at this level doesn't perhaps bode too well.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the fact that main teams, they do have a high ceiling because they do some things very well, just as good as advanced teams. The thing is that they do certain things pretty poorly. They'll have glaring weaknesses, but it's all up to whether that advanced team has the ability to exploit those weaknesses, or whether the advanced team just has that much more firepower, for example, to just overwhelm those main teams. That, for me, is the difference between those two levels in ESEA. But focusing here on this best of three here in Tulpars Reloaded, we've got the veto coming through now, the bans and the vetoes. So we're going to see Fireflux banning Nuke, Sissy State Punks banning Vertigo, Anubis then picked by Fireflux, Dust2 picked by Sissy State Punks, Fireflux then banning Mirage, and then an Inferno ban, leaving us with an Ancient Decider. So that's Anubis, Dust2, Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Sissy State Punks banned Vertigo. Not only is it a terrible map, but also Fireflux play it a lot.
Yeah,
and
it's by far Fireflux's best map.
Yeah,
by
they're winning it a lot as well. Their last 6 games, they've won 5 of them. In fact, their last 7 games, they've won 6 of them. They've only dropped 1 in their last few games. And that was on HLTV as well. They're flawless on ESEA. That said, Anubis is sort of their second pick. They play that almost as much. They play it a lot on both HLTV, and they currently, at least in ESEA, are unbeaten on it, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it makes the veto makes complete sense. It is unfortunate for Fireflux that their best map, their wonder pick of Vertigo, gets removed, but I mean, maybe it's fortunate that for Sissy State Punks they get that out of the way nice and quick, so it means they don't have that sort of one guaranteed map to lose, if that's your Sissy State Punks, to put it simply. But also, looking at the maps, Anubis, Dust2 and Ancient, correct me if I'm wrong, Harry, but do these maps lean in the way of Sissy State Punks, these 3?
I don't think so. Fireflux also will play Dust2. They've played that a fair amount, and Ancient, Fireflux have played it once in the last few months. So, oh no, sorry. In fact, no, they haven't. On HLTV, I've split them. What I've done is I've split them up in my notes, haven't I? So they've played it once on ESEA. They've played it quite a lot on HLTV as well. I don't know. I don't see. Unfortunately, there's not a lot on Sissy State Punks because all they have is ESEA results at the moment. So there's like, what, 6 main games that I can try and draw extrapolate a map pool from, whereas Fireflux have plenty of reps in both ESEA and on HLTV. So I think regardless, this is Fireflux all the way.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. Looking even directly at the results itself from ESEA main from Sissy State Punks, you've got Ancient as the decider. They've played it 3 times in main. It's their second most played map, yet they've not won it once. So as you mentioned, there's not much material for Fireflux to go over if they want to try and anti-strat, if they want to try and prepare for their opponents or identify tendencies early on. Yep. If Hardstyle, as the coach, has been perhaps watching a few demos, there's not much to go off of other than ESEA main games, which they're not at the highest level of competition, and even then, they're not successful on maps like Ancient. Yes, obviously the other 2 maps are Anubis and Dust2, but again, they're only maps they've played once in ESEA main for Sissy State Punk. So for Fireflux, I think it is genuinely going to be a case of just playing their own game. Yeah,
it has to be. I mean, you could maybe look at those demos and be like, okay, this player's playing here, this player's playing there. We know you can at least extract the defaults.
Familiarize with your
opponent. Exactly. But you're not going to be able to get anything too specific. Maybe if they have a nice execute that they throw in, you'd be like, okay, yeah, we'll be ready for that. Do they like to drop CT? Some teams don't. Some teams just don't go for that strategy where you drop the smoke on short, you drop the smoke in CT, drop a player through. We see some teams that just don't bother with that. Just those little things. But you're not going to be able to, like you would be able to with 3 or 4 or 5 demos, be able to get a good amount of tendencies, because at the end of the day it's a one-off. This could have been a game where they ended up getting surprised with it going down to Dust2. They played like a little bit of a gamble in the veto or something, and then they've ended up having to put a game plan together sort of ad hoc and then revisit it afterwards.
No, I mean, even then, it could be one of the mistakes which a lot of lower teams make, especially around main, is that if the main teams themselves focus too much on anti-strats, then it might be a case of, say, Sissy State Punks try and counter-strats an opponent on one map, then they completely change their entire game plan based on that opponent, which is fundamentally, it's a mistake to make as a lower level team. But It's hard to say, right? It's fundamentally it's a mistake if you make that decision as a lesser team because you're not focusing on what's a long-term improvement. But also it means that your opponents, it's harder for them to try and counter you because your gameplay is not unique. It's not your own.
Let's see if we can get pleasantly surprised here, as it is a fairly fast pistol down into the canals. Actually, it's a bit of a fake out, and they do win the fight here in middle. Majik with another kill. It's all SSP so far. Fireflux haven't been able to get a single kill on the board. It's just Sensei's. And he's been smoked off in Temple. 1v5. Nothing to be done. MSM with the final kill.
It's a straight up brawl there towards middle. Fireflux getting caught off guard. Giving State Punks that 1-0 start. And they're going for 4 AKs early on in their second gun round. 5 AKs! 5! Okay. Normally you'd see the odd Galil so that you could afford utility. Or the odd Mac 10 so that in case your opponent's at eco you can farm some cash, but no, 5 AK, sacrificing all that utility. They're looking to take Angels, which at the end of the day, Fireflux, with this force buy that they're coming up with, the only thing they want is Angels. They've not got any utility themselves to counter grenades. I say that, one flashback, that's all it takes. MSN gets the opening, quickly traded as he overextends. Tarzin will catch Soul Flag.
AK recovered as well. Jim covering to make sure that his teammate doesn't get caught while trying to take the weapon away, make sure Fireflux can't pick it up. Banjo's taken his teammate's position, but in this time, SSP relocating, going for a B hit. Just searching a little bit here. Smoke's well timed. SSP going to go straight through it. Paz not expecting the headshot from Jim. 2 versus 4.
Bomb has been planted.
I dare say save the weapons here.
Yeah, no, I think saving is the play. Maybe they could find that downed AK towards middle if it wasn't thrown away.
Yeah, maybe, but you'd expect them to have gotten rid.
Or at least you'd expect the T's to be watching that or concerned about that being a possibility. Fireflux don't want to risk losing the Kevlar and the MP9s they have here because next round they will be on a full eco, or most likely. So any weapon, any piece of Kevlar, any item that they can afford to keep will be of big help to them.
Yeah, this entry just straight ahead of the smoke. Push through it together, guarantee a trade. SSP 2-0 start. Fireflux this round will be dropping down just on the eco. They've got those 2 saved MP9s. There's a Deagle to help out additionally in the 5-7. Really not too much to write home about. A flash in play. Could go for a bit of a flash peek, but SSP keeping it simple. Straight out onto the B bomb site, single smoke. A few Molotovs to do the work. Trade.
Flank going to be coming in. MP9 does find one. Pick up that AK, but bomb planted. SSP can now focus their attention towards B main, and look, they're hunting them down. There you go. They push Scrunk all the way back, even remove him. Man advantage for SSP. Fireflux still with that one MP9 and Kevlar. And that 5-7, seeing if they can find just about anything. This could go for an exit or two, but oh, it's a messy spray.
That was very windy.
Very messy.
Clean few rounds from SSP. I think they've only lost a single player so far in both the second and third rounds there. Keeping it nice and tight, making sure that they build up a good bank, and now Farmaji can go straight for an AWP. Sensei's is doing the same for Fireflux.
Going to be another procession over here towards this B-bomb site, looking to condition it. A quick pounce as soon as the smoke pops. Paz now walks through in towards jail, but he's only good for one. Before being traded. Scrunk tries to hold on to the extremity. Give Fireflux an extra pathway into this site, an extra route of attack as the smoke fades. There's two players lying in wait, and Jim gets two. Banjo and Sensi left in 2 versus 4.
Hello! Banjo's just found 3! They all peek out into him, and he's even found the 4th! Where did that come from?
Fair play. Banjo is a player who, for those who aren't aware, used to be on Fnatic Academy back when the Academy Leagues were a popular thing. I'm not sure where he's been since then.
I don't know how he's found those 3 kills. I thought that round
just
was
touched
done.
into the corner. I think SSP maybe got a little bit of a false sense of security there. I've just checked Banjo and had played in Havo. Have you? Oh, it's going to be Soulfly getting aggressive.
What?
Another opening. Make that 2. Just finds the perfect gap, the perfect timing to jump through the window. Now SSP have a full 1 minute 30, whether in a 2-man disadvantage, or at least have to try and work back from it. The fact that Soulfly gets away is criminal. And he's still fighting, still kicking, still doing damage.
I was getting ready to build in after that last round that, it seems like SSP have showed up and just played 0 respect towards Fireflux, but Fireflux giving them a taste of their own medicine now. MSN and Fade in a 2 versus 4. Going to be grouping for an A hit. Is it all pinned on main? Miss shot on the wide swing. It's going to allow SSP in. Does miss the follow-up. That leaves Fade 1 versus 4 here. Gap. Find Banjo. He can't. Headshot comes through. Fireflux find a second.
What massive opening there from Soulfly with those double kills. Now, I highlighted him as the player to watch for Fireflux at the start of this series. In the last 2 months, he's got a 1.33 rating. The nearest person, I believe, is Sensi with a 1.06. On top of that, you look at his opening stat. Currently, in the last 3 months, it's 93 out of 100 for openings. Again, another opening. Finds Tarzin. This time it is up against pistols. And does go down afterwards with no trade to follow. But constantly giving your team 4v4s at the very least. Surely going to be a bit of a boon.
I'm still fighting at range here.
Both sides being whittled away. Slowly but surely.
There we go. Connection finally comes in. Paz finds a double come back away.
Receives some dinks in the process, down to 35 HP. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Gets out of there. Now he's kept honest, but it's both Scrunk and Paz low HP on this site. Scrunk has been finished off by a Glock, but fortunately Paz holds for MSN, pushing through the smoke. Fireflux ties up 3-3, keeping 3 players alive.
Nice assertive 3-round sequence from them. Paz just mowing them down in the canals. Little 4K on the eco. Bit of confidence. Nice. See how SSP look to play this one. A deep connect to smoke early on. Now going to start pressuring mid early. Boost, in fact. MSN jiggling in. Beautiful prediction from Soulfly. Is traded out quickly by Jim, though.
Another opening.
Meantime, Scrunk gets so aggressive through B main. Tarsin's wiped off the map. And because of this, SSP have no map control. Fireflux even have a bit of a setup aggressively in A main now, so SSP forced to re-clear outside of B, and they will do so successfully. Jim catches Scrunk. There's a bit of breathing room across the map, and the reaction swift as well, spreading, redistributing. 1-1-1. As Banjo starts to search. Pushing through. Getting so much information for free here. Canal's completely in his control now. Is Fade going to check him? Oh, no, but Farmer G will. That's a man advantage for SSP now. 30 seconds on the clock. Senseis. Beautiful.
Nice recovery there from SSP.
Yeah, nicely held. It was looking so good as well for Fireflux with all the map control that they had. Soulfly. Nice opening. And there's a second from Skrunk as well, getting aggro down through the canals. Two-man advantage.
Another back foot situation which SSP have to try and recover from. Fireflux, the two-man advantage, happy to just hunker down on the bomb sites. 3 tucked in towards B. 2 tucked in on the A site, but with Banjo able to spot the camera cross the middle. Not so much of a threat, but an information play comes out with 50 seconds left. Skrunk takes B main quietly, and that means that Soulfly can cheat a rotation, supporting towards middle, finds the time to go for a peek, but loses the engagement. Fortunately, Banjo was there to trade, maintaining that two-man advantage.
Bit of a windy spray. This A site is still well defended. 2 players holding.
Tarson's made a step, confirmed that he still has his camera. Fade pinned in that smoke.
Yeah, nicely done. Fireflux make it 4-4, matching SSP for rounds so far, going 1 for 1. Streak of 3 countered by another streak of 3. And 1 for 1.
We've got a double AWP coming out on Anubis. We saw the double AWP quite a bit yesterday.
We did actually, yeah. I am curious about this one.
I especially bring it up against a force buy. We've got Tech 9s, Deagle, AK, Kevlar, SSP essentially emptying their bank accounts to afford this buy.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a strange one. We'll see what Fireflux can make of it. Soulfly, good for 1-2 in middle, in fact. Fade will eliminate him with the Tech 9. That's 2 rifles up now in middle. It's Tarsin. A bit of a hero AK here. See what he can get done with it. Skrunk takes position. Pinning the doors. Just for a bit of a delayed shot. Attempting the spam. Banjo pops his head up and rips Tarsin's off.
Yeah, Soulfly getting disruptive in that smoke in towards middle. Completely put a stop to SSP's game plan. You could tell the fact that not all of them had full bought utility. They still had some left in the bank. Leads me to believe that they wanted to go for a set place, a scripted round on towards that A site. Paz, yeah, caught off guard. Fortunately, Skrunk is there to rotate the trade, and Sensei has MSN held.
I guess maybe the information had been, you know, too mid, had been called.
Yeah,
strange
perhaps.
one. Either way, Fireflux do keep their double up setup alive. They're able to rebuy in this one. Now they're against pistols. They're against an eco. This is like a... They made that early investment for a round that should be coming next round. Either way, Paz is going to find the opening. These pistols just splitting up and looking for clues here, and they're finding nothing but a hail of bullets at the moment. Farmer G. Oh, he's managed to get the Tech 9 tip. That is unfortunately all. So 6-4, Fireflux guarantee themselves a tie at the half. Their economy's out of control at the moment. Look at that. Plenty of money in the bank per player.
Yeah, and this time it's Skunk going to be going for the openings instead of Soulflight. Aggressive and completely catching FarmG off guard. The thing, there's no smoke, no utility to telegraph that play coming through. Instead, it's just a smoking towards middle and a dry push through the water. Got that opening. It is traded. Or equalised at the very least. Banjo's managed to sneak his way into towards this off angle, and Sensei peeks off of that flash. Catching Tarsin. There you go. Banjo punishes Jim, overextending. Soulfly does go down. It's the man advantage maintained for Fireflux. Banjo touch, drops a smoke to try and help him get away. MSN trying to hunt him down.
In doing so, Fade has managed to lurk his way all the way through onto the B bomb site, but quickly traded out by Sensei's. MSN now alone. Caused a distraction for his teammate to get 1 kill. If it had been 2, maybe we could have been cooking here, but instead MSN needs to clutch out. Flashbang comes in, in fact it's a smoke, but it's enough to make MSN turn regardless, and Paz will pick up the kill. Fireflux get themselves a 7th round.
I love how aggressive Fireflux are, but it's the fact that they're all on the same page with that aggression. It's like they know when a play is clearly being called at the start of spawn. When one player says, look, I'm going to push this part of the map, everyone else knows exactly what they need to do, how they need to react off of that aggression, where they need to be to capitalise upon that space, to capitalise upon the information that they give across or gain. Now it's a little bit more of a slower round. The 1-1-3, Soulfly again holding behind this smoke smoke ready for that boost.
Good nade.
Really well timed. Knows that it's as the smoke fading, so it's not likely that someone's still going to be boosted.
Now the walk into mid happens for SSP. A lot of spam on the doors. They're not being quiet about this. In fact, they're already out ahead of it. Jim leading the bomb in hand. Paz is eliminated, and there's Soulfly gone. Skrunk able to catch one on the peripheral. Look at Tarsin go straight into Temple. Sensei's wiped out. SSP bisect the map. Skrunk in jail. Good for 1. And slips away, but so low on health. Flagged out by MSN.
It's just Banjo now rotating in through CTs quite far away. They do have the funds to, I mean, what am I saying? This is the last round of the half. Has to go for this 1v3. Finds MSN, but now that's information that Tarsing and Jim can use to set themselves up for a good bait and switch, a good crossfire. As soon as Tarsing takes contact, we should see the swing come through, but no, not in a position. But not checked either. Will be a 7-5 half. But T-sided Anubis, 7 is strong for that CT side.
Yeah, T-side is the preferred half for sure on Anubis. Probably the most T-sided map in the pool at the moment. So the fact that SSP are trailing by 2 rounds, when really we'd expect this to be a reversed scoreline. You'd be expecting sort of 7-5 on your T side. Instead, they're going to have to make up the difference on their CT side.
Fireflux will be sending themselves over towards this B-bomb site, but there's multiple SSP players here to defend. But it doesn't matter. Fireflux tear it apart. Soulfly and Sensei collide. with a couple entries. 4 versus 2 with the bombers planted in these last 2 players for SSP locked out with the smoke.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Tarson going to be taking point here. Trying to be the bait for... Oh, hello. Nice USP headshot. Paz stuck in the corner. He's going to get wiped out by MSN. It's a 2 versus 1. No defuse kit. Going to have to get that smoke down. Try and hop on it. It's too late. So it is going to be Fireflux taking the pistol round.
Yeah, extending their lead 8-5 now. But not only that, that's the CT pistol lost for SSP, meaning a full eco for them. Not going to be attempting the second round break. Emerson will invest in towards a deagle. It will be a full B-site stack, all 5 players. Fireflux granted the freedom to operate where they want, where they choose. So a miss molly there from Sensei. Dowing out this B-bomb site and already goes down 2. Finds a third.
Really
composure
nice.
with the MAC-10. Even does a 360 to try and keep himself alive a little bit.
Yeah, that was really nice. I mean, I know he's just farming eco frags, but a bit of discipline on the old MAC-10 shooting. It's nice to see. Fireflux up on 9. SSP. This should be their gun round here, but they're going to be compromises galore.
Especially after that deagle investment from MSN. He's got 1 smoke, that's it. Not even a helmet. This MAC-10 and these couple Galils on the Fireflux side will be a greater threat for the players who've skimped out on helmets. At the moment, it looks like a set piece towards the A site in mind for Fireflux, creeping up 3 towards carpet, 2 towards the stairs, quietly creeping in. But it's an information play from SSP. They've cleared out B main already.
This should be a pretty quick rotation onto this one. MSN just shoulder peeking, getting ready to drop the smoke. There it comes. Locking Fireflux off. They're going to flash their way through this smoke, though. And MSN getting crispy toes here. Does go out 1 for 1. Tarson, next up to the plate, gets nothing. But Fade does 2 for him before being traded out. Jim comes in for a frag. And Paz now finds himself in a 1 versus 2 here. They're not being quiet about it on this CT side. He's going to slip through the smoke with a windy spray on the Galil. Means SSP will win their first gun round of this CT side.
That's exactly how you want to approach that round if you're SSP. You've got such weak utility that you can't afford to wait, to spend time, to delay, to keep the T's at bay. So you have to try and get that information to make sure that every move you make is correct. So they're pushing in towards B main, they get that early info, they stack that B-bomb site, that A-bomb site. So what little people they had, they made sure it was effective. But this time, doesn't matter. Skrunk are going to get the opening. Headshot onto Farm G. Advantage.
There's going to be a double smoke fade here.
Could be, or they could just be playing for the extremity of connector. They're losing pick over towards B main. Molly's going to make it hard. We'll flush them out in towards the crosshair, but it's a quick headshot from Fade.
Really nicely done. And there's nobody to back Soulfly up there in Canals. Paz has managed to keep that man advantage. There's a flank in Jim. Little does Fireflux know it. Paz dead set on making a flank even irrelevant. How much damage realistically can Jim do here? There's the first. Sensei completely covered by the cake, and so it's just 1 kill. Now his location is given. Strunk holding down middle, leaves Jim alone. Known quantity. Stuck in main. Desperately trying to bait out a fight. There's 1 on Sensei, and Paz has to be careful. He's low on HP. Smoke goes down on the bomb. Jim can now cross because Strunk doesn't want to give his life away for free here. That's another kill. Paz down. Jim can't find the bomb in the smoke. Goes and searches for Strunk instead. No defuse kit, no time. And so ultimately, all these kills meaningless, cosmetic. Fireflux will get double digits. Nice attempt from Jim.
May not be entirely cosmetic, because that's a lot of economic damage done, especially considering Fireflux lost the first gun round. There was 5 reinvestments coming out 2 rounds in a row, despite winning this one. So there will still be compromises on the Fireflux side, thanks to the amount of damage Jim has done. You see Galil and Banjo missing utility. Only 2 Molotovs. So that does afford SSP some, albeit minor, breathing room. Similar play for Fireflux with 2 swinging around towards B main. Smoking towards the stairs does keep them away from taking under control. Oh, and Jim turns around exactly when Soulfly walks in. Opening kill already. Soulfly just walking in solo on his own.
Soulfly caught now. Double peek comes through. He doesn't know which target to shoot at. Sensei's gonna look to try and find an opening through cave. It's successful. Fade eliminated. MSN with a quick response onto Strunk. And Sensei now being caught, being pressed upon by SSP. Perhaps a bit of an overextension from MSN. In fact, no. Plays behind the pillar and swings out. What a good job of drawing the rotation. Yeah. This A bomb site is empty. SSP bit so hard.
The thing is, Fireflux is going to take so long clearing out this site that eventually SSP will figure this out. And by the time the bomb is planted, Tarsin is already back in towards the box room. Creeping in towards CT and catches Paz, trying to establish a post plant, trying to establish some map control towards the extremities. Even Banjo in a 1 versus 3. Trying to isolate these 1v1 fights. Good on the first, finds a second, but can't quite land the transfer. Farmer G, full HP. Will eventually trade, and SSP get themselves a 7th.
It came close. SSP do pull it across the line. Really nice attempt at the clutch from Banjo. Galil spray gets a little bit wild at the end. SSP keep it in contention. And this is Fireflux's map pick as well, so the closer SSP can get it, even if they're not favoured, the better. Fireflux a little bit slow to start. Now they're just down on pistols. Going to try and overwhelm the A-site defense here to get a plant, to rush a plant. MSN up close. Caught by the pistols. The swarm continues. Only 1 for 1 from Tarsin. That's a plant guaranteed. 2 rifles picked up. No Kevlar to back them, though. It's going to be a problem to hold on to this bomb site. How long can they delay?
That smoke will be useful. Dropping that towards camera. It's another 20 seconds. Jim is kept at bay. In the meantime, his 2 teammates, Fade and Farmer G, taking towards A main, ready to split. They should be looking to take contact first, but Farmer G caught with util in hand. He goes down, Jim walks through, and he's being held.
No way.
And that's it. With a full eco from Fireflux, they storm the A site, trading out, overwhelming the CTs, picking up a couple rifles, and withstand the post plant.
Two rounds away. Fireflux flipped the economy on its head. Oh, and what a time to do it as well. SSP's money broken. 2 Desert Eagles, a 5.7, a single rifle, and it's a FAMAS. It's not even an M4. MSN has found the opening though. And there's a second.
There is still a response with the rifles though. The AKs hold them at bay. And that FAMAS, that 5.7, not quite retrievable for SSP, meaning they've got a 3 versus 3 and now they've just got pistols. Their stronger weapons eliminated, removed from the equation. Fireflux will freeze. I'll sit back. Wait for a reaction, wait for a rotation to come out from SSP. Minute on the clock, and they'll start to regroup, start to convene over towards B main. That's exactly where SSP is stacking. All their eggs in one basket.
Jigs up now, contact taken. Whole flight clears the close player. Jim manages one. 1v2 in the Desert Eagle is too much to ask for. Drunk secures round number 12 for Fireflux, trailing SSP 7.
And that was the force buy for SSP.
Yeah, it
this
doesn't
buy's not going to be much better.
Yeah, certainly not.
Just think if they didn't lose that eco, what, it would be 10-8. Then you'd have a buy round, then it could be 10-9. Getting up against an eco for Fireflux, you'd then be 10-10. Instead, we're trying to survive on this map with nothing but Deagles, MP9s, and a scout. Two kills already in quick succession. SSP rumbling across the map. Just Jim in a 1 versus 4 tucked in towards Con. Will at least find a couple kills, but now his location's known. Fireflux can just quickly react across the rest of the map. Get this bomb planted. Skrunk's going to keep Jim entertained. Even smoking him off.
This is a rough one. He's not even on the right bomb site. Low on health. There it is. Skrunk with the final kill. It's going to be 13-7 on the first map. Sissy State Punks. To be fair, it was probably closer than I'd have, I guess, expected from the, you know, where these teams are at in their overall level.
Especially considering the fact that this is the map pick of Fireflux, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But at Fireflux, you can tell why they picked this map, right?
Yeah.
The confidence to go for those aggressions through middle, dropping down out the window. Love to see that. That was really cool, actually. And the fact that they were able to do it twice in one half is criminal. That is outrageous.
It's also the way they built the round around those aggressions, right? That's what I really loved, especially how impromptu they were. And it wasn't just very telegraphed, like, okay, we're clearly fighting for water control. It was like, no, they didn't throw any util to take water. It was just they found an opening, said, okay, we can just walk into this fight and take that fight, be ready to react off it and capitalize. And that's exactly what they did time and time again on their CT side. Yeah,
absolutely. But look, Sissy State Punk's map pick is coming up next. That is going to be Dust 2. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with that one. See you in a bit.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
Well, welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. In the middle of a quarterfinal of best of 3 between Fireflux and Sissy State Punks. Harry, how did you expect Anubis to go?
Well, I expected it to be more one-sided than it was, to be fair. I was quite impressed by Sissy State Punks. I think it ended, I mean, obviously it ended with the result that we would have expected. What with it being Fireflux's map pick, but also the fact that they are the clear favourite going into this one. That said, you know, it wasn't all bad for Sissy State Punks. They put up a decent showing, all things considered. But they've got a better chance on this map in it being their map pick.
Yeah, it is the next map pick of Sissy State Punks. And I still think even then, with it being their map pick, it's Dust 2. Dust 2 is a coin flip. Let's be real. It's a map where one individual can take over a game, where one individual can basically 1v5 for the entire map if you have one individual hitting their shots, right? It's the aim map. And if there's any individual on this server who I think can do that, it's probably Soulfly, judging by the stats, judging by the rating he's got in the last 3 months compared to his teammates, and also judging by the openings he was getting, the timings, the intuition he had to get these initial opening fights on Anubis. If he's able to do that as well on Dust 2, then Sissy State Punks, yes, even though it's their map pick, yes, even though it's the map which they believe that they had the best chance of winning, I still don't think it's a good chance for them.
Yeah, I think I agree. And the thing is as well with Fireflux is that obviously you mentioned Soulfly as their sort of standout play, but everyone was having their bits of impact in that game. You had Banjo having massive amounts of impact. Scrunk would find the odd key kill every now and there. Paz was having some big multi-frags as well, as was Sensei, to be fair. Like they were all, you know, pulling their weight. There was by no means anybody dragging the team down. And I think if they're going to be that cohesive and all show up together on a map like Dust 2, where you can be incredibly individually focused, then that's probably a bad sign, actually, for Sissy State Punks.
Yeah, and we're going to be heading into the game. All right, now, Sissy State Punks starting on that T side, Fireflux on the CT. On that defensive side, we already saw them starting on CT side on Anubis, so we'll see if they can continue to find those openings on that aggressive start. Will be a bit of a jump spot for information here towards long. A deep flash, fully blind Scrunk. Now Farmer G to get out. He'll accelerate, try and chase him down, but it baits in Paz perfectly. He's only good for one before being traded. But this is a bit of a ruse. That's the bomb spotted towards long. The whole idea of that engagement was take a 1-for-1 and pull a full rotation, as two players now have cleared out this B bomb site.
Yeah, they've got full control here. The bomb's making its way over. The question is, does Banjo anticipate this? No, but MSN's going to whip. It's horrendous. Banjo whips round and takes them both down.
Oh,
just as the B bomb site was open for business, Banjo's coming. He's closed the shutters.
Oh, I think he gave himself a whiplash with that flick. Fortunately, though, Soulfly getting aggressive does overextend. Gets the information, though, which means Banjo can now be prepared, can now be ready for this peak to come through the doors. A flash comes in from his teammates and will finish off Jim. And Tarzan gets swept up by Sensei. What an incredible round there from Banjo.
What a great round from Banjo. The fact that the B-bomb site gets taken, Banjo has no idea it's happening, and yet still he flicks round with this disgusting 90-degree flick shot. Insane. Really nicely done from him. Filth.
Bomb plan also denied, so Sissy State Punks, despite orchestrating that round almost to perfection, they're now going to be ecoing the deal in the hands of Jim. MSN already removed. Soulfly another opening kill to add to his tally.
See, Sensei's
full USP.
You know, I respect it. It's going to be an eco. Oh, there we go. Couple of kills for him. Keep the extra cash on board. Soulfly has been wiped out. That means Sensei can just pick that MP9 up, take it forward into the next round, and probably buy an ult for himself is what I imagine that play was for. And there it is. Yeah, big AWP purchase.
Nice and early on Dust 2. We mentioned how an individual can take over the map here on Dust 2, but the Orpers, they have that little bit more special use to excel on both the CT and T side. Very strong weapons holding down rotations, but it looks like the engagements heading towards long. Fade spots Soulfly jumping towards the pit. Paz is removed through the edge of the smoke. Soulfly getting aggressive. Good for one, good for two. Still kicking, still alive, but runs out of bullets. But bought enough time for Scrunk to come in to trade him and maintain that man advantage he earned.
Now Jim recover the bomb. Scrunk spots him. Bit windy of a spray on the FAMAS. Doesn't quite connect. And Farmer G's taken down Sensei's. This round's back on. Banjo miles away with just an MP9. Gonna have to rotate in on the flank.
SSP have so much time. Now they're going to start to accelerate up towards long. If they'd waited in that setup, they would have been met with Banjo. I think Banjo's still not sure about exactly the location of these players. That molly will give it away. That information, the sound heard across the map, will then start to accelerate on this flank. So SSP still take their time to clear out the site. Banjo, if he wanted to, could pick up an AK. Starting to make noise. Catches Farmer G. Aim punch punishes. 1 versus 1 as a bomb is planted.
Tapping away. Oh my goodness. Nobody's connecting anything. There we go. Finally finds home, Banjo. Just bullets flying everywhere. Left, right, and centre.
Yeah, it started off this match with a disgusting flick and a triple kill, and now he's already got himself a 1 versus 2. Young Finn, certainly showing up in spades.
There we go, tapped away. All picked up. Carry on. Fireflux down on pistols. They have had a little bit of extra money in the bank for them to afford the odd bit of utility here, so they can attempt to set play. Soulfly going to do a lot of damage with that HE. SSP attempt to mob toward mid doors rather. And they'll just get mopped up. Stop the door. Tarsin and 1v5.
Simple tap from the car. Clean up duty. I didn't hate the attempt from SSP. An all-in play. Go for fast with the Tech 9s. Creep in towards the tunnels. Try and pop your way through the doors to catch any Fireflux players rotating off guard. But there's multiple players there. It's just a firing squad. Decimating them at the choke point. Round number 5 will get the full buys out on either side. Orb up again on Farmer G. Smoked off. Doesn't quite find the timing to pull the trigger and punish Scrunk. Will just be a default for SSP creeping into the tunnel. Soulfly jump spotting. Gets information. Deploys the HE and falls back. Outside volley.
Soulfly ahead. All of this utility. Let's find a gap and slip out. There's one kill. Doesn't overextend as well. Falls back. Make sure that he doesn't get caught out alone as an island. Goes for the re-aggression and catches Farmer G. Jim doubles up though.
Yeah, overextending. The flash does come through. Scrunk fully blinded, but so is Jim. Therefore, he's not in a position to swing. Will have to be a dry fight on such low HP. Scrunk will finish him off even with the headshot, giving Fireflux that man advantage again. Sensei tries to pin mid. Or pin fade. Plate whiting from Scrunk, well timed. Fireflux keep a clean sheet.
Nicely recovered from Fireflux. After that initial engagement in the initial 2 for 2, don't lose a single player. SSP will be back on the guns now. Loss bonus maxed out.
Ah man, the presence of mind from Soulfly is going for this at openings. He can piece together the round in his head, visualize where the T's can be, knowing that there's a couple in towards the Xbox, checks top mid and then goes for the timing, not once but twice. But here, in round number 6, SSP going for another all-in play, another gamble, another fast sprint, explosive towards long. They do catch Scrunk off guard as he tries to fall back. SSP don't overcommit. They don't follow through on towards the A-bomb site.
Tarsin not being spotted. He's trying to cook here. He's trying to guarantee a flank. He's called for a rotate over to B. He's now heard the players on the CT side heading in there. Just needs to choose the right moment to strike.
Well-timed smoke. Oh, and Paz clears the angle. Beautiful presence of mind. The
Oh,
Tarsi
no.
caught asleep at the wheel. From what was such a promising opening with SSP in control of the rotation with the man advantage, it's suddenly falling apart. Eventually, Soulflight is dealt with. But I don't think SSP has the utility to cross. Just an incendiary, yeah. They can't smoke off CT, so mid to B is not on the cards. They don't want to risk going through such a long choke point of tunnels. And now they're mollied off on short.
Sensei's. The three-pointer as well. Switches to the Deagle, trying to close it out in style, and he will do so. SSP still yet to score a round, and Fireflux survive with 3 yet again, continuing to build their money.
That's Sensei getting 3 kills on 3 different weapons. AWP, HE, Deagle. Lovely stuff. Yeah, this is looking dominant from Fireflux. Their individuals are showing up in force, and they're reading SSP so well on Dust 2. Again, another buy round for SSP. Farmer G, another attempt at a long pick, where he's met with little to no success. Look at this flash. It's so dynamic from Fireflux. Identify that if there's nothing early towards long, SSP like doing playing 1 inside. Now Paz tries to hold down towards short. Good for 1, and that's when Soulfly comes in to trade his death.
Holds firm. Yeah, beautiful. Farmer G, 1v4. Soulfly straight through the smoke. This is looking dire for SSP. Not a single round, not even a round that really is getting even that close. Now being bodied left, right, and center. If you're looking at this from a veto point of view, you'd have expected that this was Fireflux's map pick.
Yeah, they're looking very, very comfortable here. Same can't be said for SSP, considering they're the ones who chose this map. Back onto pistols again. Sensei will find the opening, forced back towards short. Eventually he'll get punished for overstaying his welcome, but Soulfly creeping underneath the Xbox will hear all of these steps and goes on a quick flank. Communicate that to his teammates, but a messy spray. Oh, hello.
Looked like MSM was mid-air, but apparently feet firmly planted. Banjo with windy spray. Farmer G is going to find the shot. There it is, just as I called it out. That this was looking pretty dire. SSP do find a round, although I'd say probably off the back of mistakes from Fireflux more so.
Yeah.
Than anything their own doing.
Another round where they've just got pistols, so they try and get explosive. They split middle with aggression, but Fireflux they're the ones who are overextending. Every single opening attempt that they've had has been so incredibly successful across this map, so they're given a full sense of security. They overstay their welcome into the middle time and time again with no trade potential. But now we're back onto the water rifles, back to regular viewing.
Yeah, regular schedule programming.
Oh, like just jiggling in. That's the HE. Marley will push Fade off of the Xbox. 2 versus 5. Util is being thrown their way.
Farmer G dodges the flash perfectly. It's finally a kill on the board, but just as quickly as they get it, it's taken away. Fade left in the 1 versus 4, makes it 3. Bomb on his back, 50 seconds to play with, but needs to get through the mid threshold. Turns back to try his luck elsewhere. He's got so many angles to clear, no idea where these Fireflux defenders are. Fade. Oh, didn't spot the shoulder. Push in. That's a free kill for Banjo. Fireflux make it 8.
Again, another round of 3 players surviving.
Yeah, all the money that they lost. It's back again.
Yeah. Just every foot the SSP place is met with guile and resistance. the Fireflux side. Yeah, keeps up the point towards long. Going to be a late pop for SSP, something they've not tried so far. It's been early picks or an early rush. This time the pop comes through, but Soulfly's got himself early into that choke point to lock them off. And by the time SSP are able to get through, this flash has faded on his screen and have been completely shut down, dismantled. A minute 30, and it's a 1 versus 5 already for Farmer G.
Straight through the smoke.
Oh, Soulfly, 13-7. He's even managed to overtake Sensei now.
I don't want to say it again, Tim. So I'm not going to, but this is...
All right, I will. This is looking dire for SSP.
There we go. You go a step further. This game feels just about done already.
Yeah.
SSP have shown us really nothing other than capitalizing on one mistake from Fireflux.
There we go.
Yeah, there's an entry on the B rush, and there's a second.
I mean, truthfully, something that SSP haven't really tried is just brute forcing their way on towards B. They do exactly that, but Fireflux, 2 rounds left in the half, plenty of cash.
Yeah, might as well go for it. And MSN can't even lock down the rotations with an AWP. It's just a scout here. Tags are all that he can hope to achieve, but he has done a successful job in delaying. And in fact, Jim now on a flank, combined with Farmer G, and there we go. SSP actually win a round with 5 alive.
Well, they actually win a gun round, nevertheless.
It seems like it's
5
both
players
of us.
surviving.
It's both of us jinxing these, Tim. Should we make it a competitive game? This is looking really dire for SSP.
This is looking really dire. Wait, if I say it again,
if you say, does it cancel out?
Does it cancel out?
I don't know.
Let's find out. This is looking really dire for SSP. There we go. We've got double AWPs for Fireflux, and Banjo with a secondary finds the opening, but finally Farmer G gets an opening kill over towards long. Another trade in towards the lower tunnel. Soulfly continues to push. Jim will hold. Man advantage now for SSP. One of the best scenarios they've looked to have this entire map.
Going to be taking that advantage towards short, where Paz playing around the back of a smoke here, attempting to dodge the spam that's coming through. HE to blow it open, and he has been spotted. Leaves Banjo in a 1 versus 3, and he's only got an AWP to play with.
Should be able to pick up a rifle in mid.
Yeah, if he wants to go for it. Instead, he's going to stick with the AWP, try and find the opening part. Of course, he's got a defuse kit. Ah, there's another rifle. Are you going to pick it? Yep, there we go. Makes the noise. Heads back towards mid, but again, very loud. 2 of these SSP players do have AWPs, so a couple of missed shots, and this could... Never mind. Jim has made it a 9-3 half. SSP do have a little bit of breathing room as we swap the sides, but a pistol round or a break, and Fireflux have all the ammunition they need to close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, swapping over on towards that T side. We already saw how good they were at getting openings on the CT. Let's see if they can do the same on their T. So see if SSP can put up any form of defense. Flashed off towards long. A slow walk from Fireflux. Not to alert any early presence, but SSP have an information play. They're clearing out the tunnels as we speak. Finally, the peak comes in towards long. Jim will get completely punished. The Glocks flash him out of the cover.
They're not stopping here. They're not relenting. MSN is able to pick up 1, and Soulfly missing the shot. Spade comes in with a double. This is falling apart for Fireflux. Scrunk is alone in a 1 versus 4. Tapping away with the Glock makes it 2.
Does have the bomb on his back.
He's getting out of there.
Yeah, can disengage. Plenty of time to reset the press for SSP. And yeah, but by making this full rotation, he split SSP completely up towards the A and B bomb site. So rather than having a 1 versus 2 towards A, he has his choice of 1v1s.
He's giving himself a 1 versus 1.
Over towards
Can he
B.
win it? Can he get the bomb down? There's a search going on the A site, and Tarsin playing passive will hear these steps. Skrunk making so much noise and going straight for the plant as well. Tarsin is going to engage. Bomb plant is a bit of extra cash for SSP, but the round still goes the way. Well, a bit of extra cash for Fireflux, sorry, but the round does go SSP's way.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a sour taste for Tarzan, not able to deny the bomb plant. Does mean they're not out of the woods just yet. Yes, they've got that all-important CT pistol, but Fireflux can easily dismantle their economy if they choose to go for a force buy here. They do appear to have a couple of rifles invested. I'm not exactly sure what this full buy is. You've got very late investment on a couple deagles. Sensei keeping enough for an AWP, saving some extra cash, but only 2 rifles. This isn't nowhere near as promising as of a force buy as you'd think would come out of a bomb plant on the second round.
Early opening.
Down quick.
Sticking around is Farmer G. See what else he can get here in middle. The execution starts to come in. Teammate comes in to join, to assist. MSN going to try and help solidify this mid hold. 1-for-1.
That's the AK removed. Paz able to pick it up, drop the Galil to Banjo. Full
nice
swing comes in towards middle. Oh,
Sensei's found a double though. Don't want to be handing across kills too eagerly.
this time he doesn't have the bomb.
Oh, Jim's gone. Jump spotting with the MP9. It's just one more bullet required. Tarsin playing a dangerous game. Exposed out in the open. Sensei can't quite connect. SSP win, but just about. The damage done. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, that was a 1 versus 4. And he's able to get 3 kills. That's 3 full reinvestments that have to come out. 3 weapons that aren't saved. And look at that slow-mo. Slow-mo zoom in. I love it. On the replay. Fireflux, due to the amount of damage, rather than going for an eco, they're going to choose to go for another force buy. An AK, 2 Galils, and a couple pistols. If anything, it's a better buy than they had last round. That extra rifle in tow and SSP. Their cash is almost on breaking point. An opening attempt from Soulfly. And Sensei, no trade. Instead, they just walk into the massive crossfire between the B and A site.
Yeah, they have been able to pick up a little bit of utility off the floor, but that's a silver lining to the cloud on this round. And there's a re-aggression on short as well. SSP going to get a couple of free kills here. Firing squad on short. Banjo 1v5 with just the Desert Eagle.
Made steps.
There he is, wiped out. The gap's starting to close on the CT side. SSP trailing by just 3 rounds now, and it will be an eco for Fireflux.
Yeah.
They went for a bit of a force buy, given that they got it so close in the previous round, but this one was anything but.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that fighting towards mid was very disjointed. Soulfly took the fight trying to catch the timing, while Sensei, I think, was waiting for the smoke to bloom, meaning that Sensei wasn't able to trade Soulfly, and Soulfly, in his attempt to trade, realizing that Soulfly went down, also peeked before the smoke bloomed. That will be a full eco. This time a bit of a missed smoke. Oh, CT smoke, never mind. Still, not met with any resistance in towards mid, looking for an opening pick. I mean, that's something when Fireflux get rifles, that's something that Sensei might want to go for with the AWP to peek up on towards that A site. Lots of damage done to Fireflux in mid.
Farmer almost caught reloading. Fireflux are just getting picked off now in mid. Banjo left with the Deagle again, but flanked in on. It's actually Farmer G to get the kill, but regardless, SSP with a clean anti-eco. This is where the full buy will come in for Fireflux, though. AWP on Sensei's AKs on the rest of the squad. Good amount of utility to burn through.
I think that's 2 or 3 rounds in a row where Fireflux just walked out in towards the mid doors. And you'd expect SSP to make an adjustment for that now. But Fireflux aren't looking to abuse it here. They themselves are expecting the SSP to play a little bit differently. It's a fast play in towards long. Fast up towards short. It's Scrunk to get the opening. Absolutely domes Farmer G, but in the meantime, SSP is successful at holding elsewhere. An advantage for them.
Yeah, Jim's gone sprinting through the mid smoke. And in fact, he's come through. He's been caught by Senseis.
That's the bomb, actually. That opening kill towards long, on towards Banjo, has given SSP the bomb.
This round is chaos. Senseis equalizes the number. 2 on 2. Anticipating more aggression through the long doors. Tarsin's already slipped through.
Fireflux have to try and convene their forces to recover this bomb. Can't do it safely. The scope should have been heard, and this flank is going to come in. Sensei back turn. They actually line up. Tarzan
Beautiful.
finishes them both off. Very nice little attack opening there from SSP going 4 towards long. But with the 4 towards long, rather than just using those resources to take long, they use that extra resource to get a player deep in towards the house, deep in towards the A doors. And that, most importantly, gives them the control of the bomb. And that's where the chaos all comes from. The Fireflux desperately trying to retrieve the bomb, trying to capitalise on SSP players rotating off of the bomb as well.
And suddenly this game's back on. Just 1 round separates these teams. And after the state of the first half, who would have thought that?
Who would have thunk?
Fireflux having real trouble on their T side. Finding any success. Door smoke allows Soulfly to cross. Sets up for a bit of a short control. They managed to get a player out long here. The re-aggression for the CTs is coming in on this short position. 2 players bearing down. And the smoke's going to isolate Soulfly in place. In fact, it gives him some cover. MSN tickling him with the M4 spray. Soulfly makes his play straight through. Sensei comes in to join him. Caught on the reload. Both CTs farmed up.
Big mistake. Both players reloading at the same time. And now SSP have control of both short and long as Scrunk comes out. Means controlling both those extremities essentially means control entirely of the A site. The SSP forced in towards CT. A 2 versus 4. Jim and Farm G should be looking to save here. The funds haven't quite built up to the same degree that Firefluxes did in the first half. Should try and keep these weapons alive. Farmer G still with a sniper in hand. Fireflux won't be looking to hunt. They want to maintain at least 3 rifles alive.
Could be the opportunity Fireflux need to close this out in 2. Ho ho. First T-side round. Gonna need 3 more out of them if they want to close this in regulation. Farmer G getting aggressive with this AWP. Missed shot though, and now stuck an island. Caught on the container. Molotov to flush out and goes down for free. Soulfly hammers the point home, as does Sensei. This is looking disastrous for SSP in round 19. Not a single kill. Oh my goodness.
Oh no. That round was very reminiscent of the first half. Just Fireflux walking all over the place, getting opening kills, winning every duel. SSP not successful at all anywhere. The wide swing towards the top of mid just completely shuts down SSP. Struggling to replicate the aggression that Fireflux did so well. Now just 2 rounds lost and it's broken the bank, but hang on, what a late investment is that? Did they just wait? Did they only just decide to invest because MSN got that kill with the scout?
I like that. I love it. I think that's great.
MSN wins the 1 versus 1 fight against the Orpa, and then SSP with that advantage say, hang on a minute, we've still got time enough to buy. And now the Famous, invested by Jim, has paid dividends. Skrunk removed towards long. AK picked up. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I love it. It reminds me of the... you remember back in the day, the whole... You'd wait for the... You try the deagle pick. You drop a deagle to somebody, try the deagle pick, and then if they got it,
yeah,
you could buy Mac 10.
Yeah.
Same sort of vibe.
But it's dwindling as Soul Flight. Selects MSN. Fade will look to keep up behind the smoke. Oh, but a gap in the smoke. Soulfly exploits. Fortunately for SSP, he overextends, but Fireflux are slowly picking apart all these rotating players, and
gosh,
you just blink and they're all dead.
And it started so promisingly as well. I loved the idea of going for the buy and committing to it only after an initial entry. Yeah, you're quite right. Fireflux fight their way back from a 2-man deficit.
And it wasn't even well orchestrated from Fireflux. It was a case of Soulfly just walked up towards short, isolated 2 1 versus 1 fights, catching them off guard, and the rest of the players just caught out the rotations. And
oh my god.
Okay, Skrunk walks out towards long, quick transfer.
Doesn't expect Farmer G though, and still going for this long control. Sensei gets aggressive, and that costs him. That's the man advantage handed back across, and the bomb.
Oh no. Farmer G can now pin down the long doors with his orb. He can even call in for a rotation from MSN if he wants. Another 3 versus 3. Again, we've seen normally Fireflux excel in these scenarios, but without the bomb in their control, it makes it a whole world of difference. And oh, the timing. MSN walks off the angle exactly when Soulfly walks in. Fortunately, still concerned about the possibility of short. Soulfly just the confidence to take these aim fights walking in. Presence made by Paz towards long to try and keep the attention of these SSP players. Are either of them looking at all towards the side? Okay, MSN has just turned to focus.
Ooh, Fade. Almost caught his pants down in CT. Paz jumps out of his skin. Does manage to force him back. Flash over long for Soulfly to swing. They're taking 2 separate bites here. Trying to clear out Fade. Now Banjo comes in to eliminate the long players. It's just a 1 versus 1. MSN lands the scout shot, goes for the jump on the second. Banjo running out of bullets. MSN wins it with a USP. And SSP stay alive for 1 more round.
Man, it gets scary every single time. You just can't count Fireflux out. I mean, if you're SSP, you've got to be so frightened. Every single scenario you're in where it looks like you've got an advantage, you just don't know if Soulfly or one of the other players will just creep into an angle and isolate you. Make you feel so alone. But SSP not deterred. They're going to get aggressive in towards the tunnels. An opening kill. Soulfly shut down. Well, the true danger meant no longer active in this round. It's hobbled together force buy from SSP. Them a man advantage. Will they be able to keep it? It's a full stack of 4 players towards this A site. Tarzan just lurking in towards middle, but Skrunk with this AWP. Find at least one before being shut down, before being traded by the rival AWP of Farmer G.
Tarsin locked in on the flank. Banjo has no idea, and he's rotating off with a bomb. Handed across. Silver platter. SSP have control. Sensei turns around at the worst possible moment. MSN pops his head up, sends 2 through the back of the dome. Suddenly Paz with 45 seconds needs to clutch out against 4. Missed shot. Grants him an opportunity for the 1 kill, but Farmer G doesn't miss twice.
Two rounds, the difference. Fireflux keeping enough cash to buy in the next round. So this is a bit of a half investment for them. And it's not a bad one, to say the least. Soulfly still with an AK. Banjo investing a little bit more to get a Galil. So there's still a threat to SSP. Well-timed HE. Lands a little bit too deep, actually. Fireflux push out before it explodes. Going to be taking long control, and they're not slowing down, they're accelerating. They are quite split up. Strunk ahead of the pack, goes down first for free. Overextension from Tarzan as he's fully blinded, and these players actually going to creep in through the smoke. Sensei tracked as he pushes through. It's going to be a scrap, a brawl on this site.
Absolute
SSP
chaos.
players try and pick them off. In Banjo, 1 versus 3. Fady will collect a double.
It's getting messy. And yeah, it is 1 round game. All this comeback could be for naught if Fireflux win this round. If not, we are going to overtime. SSP suddenly looking a lot more competent on Dust 2 than they had us believe in the first 10 rounds.
9-3 half.
It's a testament to how quickly these games can slip away from you if you take your eye off the ball for even a second.
How punishing MR12 is. It's a much slower round for Fireflux. Same for SSP. Neither side wants to be the one to give away their opening in the final round of regulation. But enough presence made towards long. Going to cause a full rotation for SSP. Confirmation of at least 2 players out there towards long.
The jiggling, playing with fire. MSN is going to fall back.
A nice deep CT smoke and a cross smoke.
Carnage.
Oh, they're going to pop through.
It's beautiful. Sensei gets ahead of it, but Farmer G anticipates, no scopes him as he attempts to make a play. 4 on 4. 2 players cross to the bomb site, 2 remain by car. Banjo with a screamer, Farmer G gone, but MSN still fighting, denies the plan, looks for more, runs out of bullets. Scrunk finally finds home. And just like that, it's going to be overtime.
There wasn't enough time to plant the bomb. They spent so long, and the fights even went Fireflux's way, but a 1 versus 2 as the time ticks down. Oh my god, I didn't even see the time at the top of the score then. I was so focused. And MSN holding towards short, that's a classic CSGO move towards the end of Dust 2 before it got removed from the map pool. You'd have constantly just trying to hold those long executions. You drop just a random smoke over towards Catwalk that allows you to play around it as a CT. But now, the economic woes, not going to be troubling either team. It's Tarzan. We'll get the 2 opening kills, the HE and the M4 to collide.
Two-man advantage. Can Fireflux pull this one back? Tarson's relocated. Headed into short. Scrunk finds 1, misses the shot on the second. That allows Tarson to escape.
Oh, shot through the smoke from Farmer G. He's going to leave Paz, and the push comes in from tunnels. It's so strange how the fortunes have completely reversed as they swapped sides. How Fireflux looked so in control, so dominant on their CT side. Then you swap over, and they literally take one another's place. SSP, the ones in control.
Timeout. Fireflux. I can't believe it's took them this long to take one. Scrambling for rounds for this long. Finally, they take a step back, have a think about it. Do we go for the Jinx play again? This is looking pretty dire for Fireflux at the moment.
We should have used that in the second half.
I know.
This is looking pretty dire. As SSP are converting this comeback. No, not only that, this is MR 10k, I believe. 10k overtime. So, if Fireflux do lose this next round, on the last round of the first half of overtime, they won't be in the greatest economic state. There's Farm G getting aggressive with the orbital weapons towards the top of mid. Soulfly goes for the wide swing to punish, but fortunately MSN is there to cover.
Another opening for SSP, and they're going to be unpunished in retreat as well. Paz is so timid in lower tunnels.
Yeah,
Misses the timing.
Worried about a player being inside tunnels or being up on towards short, covering that fallback. In the meantime, Fireflux have taken long. They will slowly creep their way up. Try and see if Paz can cut off the rotations, but not successful. Messy spray.
Sensei finally finds a kill for Fireflux in the second round of overtime, and Banjo equalizes the numbers. Molotovs can clear out the peripheral points. Skrunk gets those digits, punch, bomb down. Farmer G goes for the jump shot. Skrunk just plugging away, as is Sensei. Seems like Fireflux's luck has turned, and it is going to be 13-13.
Gives Fireflux a great opportunity here, able to afford a full investment once more. SSP unafflicted by economic troubles. Will be an aggressive play in towards the tunnels. Wide swing from Jim, and Skrunk is taken down.
Double smoke out of SSP.
Burning of the util.
It's not a major issue, but it might come back to haunt them later on. And how this long fight goes. Banjo's going to win it. Tarsin overwhelmed and alone. Double peek on short. Oh, MSN's caught with a nade in hand. Farmer G eliminated on the jump as well. It's disaster for SSP. 2 players remain against 4. Jim stuck behind this smoke. Soulfly's coming in to assist Paz now. And now Fade finds himself alone in the final round of this half of overtime in a 1 versus 4. Fireflux dug into position. His location known. What can he do? Nothing at all. 14-13. Fireflux do have the lead by 1 round as we go into the second half of OT.
Soulfly is so good at these exact angles, just dancing around in front of that incendiary. He did it before with a smoke grenade and isolating the fights, catching the players off guard, using the elevated angles, the close corners to any advantage he can find off of them. The 1 round lead, Fireflux now on the favourable side of this map.
Jim getting aggressive. Yeah, boost on short.
No trade.
Opening kill for Fireflux. Soulflight takes contact, falls back for the HE. It chunks MSN down even further. I imagine there's an arsenal of HEs dropped in spawn, at least there should be.
SSP will creep up on towards the catwalk. Man disadvantage. They still have utility enough to go for some sort of an execution. They're just going to be going relatively dry. The flash isn't enough to push Sensei off the angle. Instead, he finds a pick on towards Fade. Eventually, the smokes come into play. Drops a HE, softening them up further. He just sits back towards long to play a retake. In the meantime, Soulflight does overextend towards short.
Flashed in, Tarson. Good for one before being wiped out, but need a multi somewhere. One of these players needs to go huge. Skrunk wipes out MSN, leaving it all on Farmer G's shoulders. A 1 versus 3. Keep Fireflux off of a second match point. They can't do it. Fireflux retake match point.
Yeah, nice patient retake there from Fireflux on that A site. Just the AWP there on Sensei, pinning the site from long. Taking their time, working their way up short.
And this was
finding the trades.
This was the half that looked so good for Fireflux as well.
Yep.
They need one of the next 2 rounds to close this one out, and it'll be a 2-0 SSP back against the wall. Nice way to start it off. Double AWP early on. MSN finds the opening.
Oh,
Sensei with a reply of his own. Jim gets aggressive though. Searches into the B bomb site. Takes down Banjo. Skrunk going through the smoke. This has been eliminated by Tarson. A bit of a fumble perhaps for Fireflux here. Paz. Oh my goodness. Annihilated by the wide swing. Sensei in the 1 versus 3. Seems like SSP still want to go for this B hit. They know that once they take it, it's going to be not impossible for Sensei to retake.
might as well go for it. Fireflux have enough cash to buy in the last round of overtime. No reason to save, but reveals its location.
Swaps to the rifle, repositions, flashes himself out in middle here. Gonna have to go through the window. Being diligent in clearing out all his options. Utility makes this so difficult though. It's stifling. Drops an extender smoke. Farmer G just pinned on the window. No way into this bomb site for Sensei. It's going to have to be a rapid 3K here, and I just can't see it happening. Spots the head. So does Farmer G.
I love that play from, I think it was Jim, in towards the window, breaking the door smoke, but then actually peeking the window. Cheeky little play to isolate a fight. But it's going to be down to a 1-round game yet again. Fireflux were able to snowball after the opening. Sensei doesn't have a weapon. Oh, there we go. He's picked up his AWP finally. Goes for a little bit of a late jump up on towards short. Flashed off. Pulls the trigger a little bit too late. Has to fall back. Counter util deployed. Sensei actually gets carpet bombed. The HEs, the mollies on towards the whack-a-mole.
Oh,
A beautiful flash in towards mid. Jim domes Paz. SSP coming into this half with so much more confidence after making the comeback. Just taking the fights to their opponents. And Banjo again. Just traded. Just Jim swings wide in towards the doors. But the player ready in the tunnels to capitalise. Leaving Soulflight a 1 versus 4 to try and deny overtime too.
it's a tough ask. But if it's going to be anybody, Soulfly probably the man to do it. MSN swings in and makes sure that doesn't happen, though. We go again.
A nail-biting map. From what looked so done, so dusted.
I still can't quite
Excuse
work
the
out
pun.
what the change was. It feels like Fireflux were winning every single duel on CT. And then they swapped halves, and
I think it was a case of confidence. Every single fight that Fireflux were taking was just being shut down, or they were in doing so shutting down SSP, and it caused them to get much more afraid, much more frightened. But in the second half, as SSP were on the CT side and started finding success, they then got more and more confident. And then with this confidence comes the chaotic aggression. It's now no longer a case of Fireflux taking all the fights on their terms. Now SSP are the ones who are pushing deep, overextending after getting a kill, capitalizing, reacting off every fight that they take, and they're in positions to trade on every kill, every engagement. Like that last kill there against Banjo comes straight to mind when Jim is flashed immediately in towards mid. There's no hesitation. They're not waiting on any other engagements across the map. It says, look, meanwhile, whilst we're fighting over towards short, just flash him in towards mid. They get that kill. Jim then accelerates, and as he takes that fight over towards B, the player in towards the B tunnels is ready to react. They're looking way more cohesive, way more determined, and way more keen to actually win rounds, to capitalise on every moment that they can, compared to that first half.
It's certainly working. 30 rounds. I feel like I'm back in CSGO.
The good old days.
Early smoke being set up here from MSN. Fireflux had so much success on the CT side. Have SSP finally broken? Curse of regulation. This shot from Sensei, good way to open it up from MSN, but a quick response from Soulfly. Skrunk fighting on long is overwhelmed. He's alone, he's solo, he's got no support. And he goes down without a kill, giving the man advantage to SSP. Soulfly's now been caught, but a whiff spot from Chart. Whoa. That was so chaotic. I lost the ability to speak. Paz holds on for one, but only one. It's Banjo, 1v3. He's the B player. He can't even get up on the box, and Tarsin's holding regardless.
It's this non-stop chaotic fights being taken now by SSP, which Fireflux are struggling to deal with. They don't have much room to go for these hero plays, because as soon as they go for one, there's another player right behind them. Like, yes, there was a beautiful set piece there from Fireflux towards short. You got your AWP. As soon as he takes contact, someone's ready to flash the rifle to swing from the AWP location for the trade kill. Worst case scenario, but in the meantime, SSP are just fighting towards long. They even have a player coming in towards short and catches off all the players trying to deal with the long fight. Oh, SSP, a bit of pressure applied over towards B. Sensei with this AWP posted at the back site. Util deployed either side. Fighting, gambling on control of short, but Sensei rewarded with his AWP to find Tarsin through the smoke of all things. Banjo, risky peek. Soulfly now flashed off, has to drop. And Jim again, as soon as Jim is flashed into some location, he's accelerating, but this time Soulfly is ready. Two nice headshots teamed up by Skrunk, leaving Farmer G. And 1 versus 5 before picking off Skrunk.
4 bullets left in the magazine, 4 targets to find. Sensei holding the angle. Guarantees a 16th for Fireflux. They tied back up. Can they go into the second half with a lead? Somebody's got to do it.
Double AWP on that T side. Farmer G and MSN.
It worked so well for them before.
Yeah. They can afford it now with it being the last round of overtime. Util traded. Tarzan. Pushed
Nice
back.
deep incendiary.
Yeah, pushed back out of the doors. So map control in the hands of Fireflux. Banjo towards long this time. Sensei posted up towards B once more. Nice HE. Chips away at the players on towards short. SSP applying pressure to both middle and short, seeing if they can divide Skrunk's attention.
I like this. He jumps up inside the smoke. Unfortunately, no mid push is coming. A nice chunky HE from Soulfly. And a drop into mid from Jim. Gives him the opening. MSN wipes out Soulfly. Banjo can do nothing. Paz does finally get a kill for the CT side, but it might just be too late. Is the interest on this HE damage going to be cashed in by Fireflux here as they attempt to retake? Doesn't seem like it. Farmer G finds the final 2 kills, and SSP go into the second half of the second OT with a lead.
I honestly think Jim really has stepped it up since that first half. Just every single opening attempt for SSP, or at least every entry attempt onto the bomb sites, Jim is just swinging, flying across the screens, flashed into one angle, and then he just doesn't stop, like a steamroller, a bulldozer, tearing. Carlton the one to get aggressive. Farmer G opening with the AWP.
Soulfly quick with the response this time though. Fade. Time's been playing around the smoke in tunnels, caught by Paz. Big find, man advantage. Farmer G now rotates in, catches Senseis with a molly in hand. Paz in no position to trade. Skrunk holding in middle, shies away from the fight with Jim and gets spammed down. Cowering in the corner.
Admiral attempt to try and get away, but the doors being so spammable, can't quite make it. Man disadvantage now for Fireflux. Low HP to boot, but MSN finished off. Jim. Oh! Lines are both up. Cheeky burst fire, 2 headshots. SSP now on map point for the first time on Dust 2. So far it was Fireflux reaching tipping point.
For the first time this series.
Oh yeah.
SSP. What a comeback. And if you've just joined us recently, SSP were getting bodied in the first half of this game. So 9-3 half. Could have easily been an 11-1 half. Now Fireflux about to fumble the bag and potentially allow SSP to take it to a third. Flash into middle, Farmer G. Pushed off the angle. Soulfly takes some space. Bit of a lurk smoke. Jim just goes straight through the smoke in tunnels. Catches Paz with a nade in hand. That's a man advantage. Tarsin playing aggressive on short, finds Soulfly. And all of a sudden, this is looking very bad for Fireflux as they try and storm onto this A bomb site. MSN here to hold, pushed and flashed out. A quick trade from Tarsin. Stuck in a corner. Now needs to rely on his teammates to try and make a move into the bomb site. Double swing attempted. Tarsin finds one. Sensei to clutch out 1 versus 3 here. Finds the second, but overwhelmed. Too many numbers. SSP somehow bring it back after being 9-3 down in the first half. Looking incredibly flat. They come all the way back. What was that? Two map points?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been way more than that, obviously, in regulation. I think it was, what, 12-7? I can't do the maths on that right now. My head's fried, but
style that's being brought by Fireflux, it looks so good when it's executed well, when it works out, when they're getting all these opening picks, and when they're getting all scrappy and winning the fights. It looks so well coordinated. But as soon as you get Jim on the other side of the server getting aggressive in their face, picking them off, it starts to make Fireflux look really sloppy. And what I'm wondering is, has Sissy State Punks figured out the formula to try and take them down?
yeah, I mean, that is the question, right? The issue being we're going on to Ancient as our decider. And City State Punks, who are currently playing in ESEA main, they've played Ancient 3 times this season, and they haven't won it a single time. So, could be some big holes that potentially, look, have been plugged in the interim, but we'll have to see after the break.
Welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. We're diving straight in here to the third map of Fireflux versus City State Punks. Kicking off the pistol, Fireflux on that CT side, SSP. They've taken most of mid control, and a deep smoke should allow them to split this A-bomb site.
Soulflight going to be the one to open things up onto MSN here. Scrunk being pressured now in Temple, falling back. Trying to pick one off and fall, but he can't get anything done. Banjo is able to activate with the Julies for 2, and even a third as he catches Fade on the fadeaway. It's going to be Fireflux picking up the pistol.
We've seen so far throughout most of this series Fireflux dominate with their aggression, catching SSP off guard time and time again, finding the right timings, reading the positioning really well. But at the end of Dust 2, when SSP started to get aggressive on their own terms, started to play a lot less scared, especially Jim, finding the openings, finding the entries, unrelenting. Kind of threw a spanner in the works for Fireflux. We'll see if that continues here on Dust 2, but for now, or on Ancient, sorry, but for now, it will be just Glocks for SSP, a full eco. As Fireflux look to farm some cash.
Oh. Bit of a bit nade. Ultimately, this should be fairly easy to clean up. These are just low-tier pistols here. Banjo, an ultimate nail in the coffin. MSN remains.
I
Can't get anything done. Nice and clean.
I love that from Sensei. They're pushing it towards heaven with that SMG. I can't remember who it was, and towards mid next to him with the M4. It might have been Soulfly. Literally stepped aside to let the MP9 get into the play so Sensei could farm cash to be able to afford an AWP nice and quick. Obviously, this round is going to keep the MP9, go for a bit of a bonus round. But he's got so much cash in the bank now, 4 grand. Means he'll be able to buy an AWP next round should they lose, or should he need to reinvest. It's going to be aggressive. Fireflux, a 3-2 setup, asserting their dominance over mid-control. Scrunk, in the meantime, goes 1-for-1 at the top of the B ramp. Soulfly will creep through the edge of this smoke. Oh, cheeky. Gives MSN a cheeky little kiss mid-air before finishing him off. But a man advantage for Fireflux and most of the map control too. SSP have to try and recover this bomb before they can try and capitalise on an MTA bomb site, but Sensei about to divide and conquer.
Fade and Tarson.
Oh,
Tarson's found a kill. Sensei's gone. That's the A bomb site open. The issue is Banjo stands in between Fade and the bomb site. So Tarson's going to have to do a little bit extra, perhaps. Flank the B bomb site, in fact. Can't tell what the plan is at the moment.
For both sides, this is such a sticky spot. I think for SSP at the moment, it's a case of Tarson, who's the known quantity for Fireflux, so they're going to use him as more of an expendable point. He's going to search for information, clear out this B bomb site, and allow Fade to safely escort this bomb over, but Paz anticipates that play. The level of anticipation of that peak was perfect, but Fade will get the bomb planted on B regardless. Extra $600 cash injection for SSP. Paz and Banjo can now try and circle in on this site and keep Fade locked in.
2 angles to pivot between here. 2 1v1s to try and isolate. Swings for the first, takes so much damage, down to 5 HP. Banjo in the 1v1 to try and clutch this one out. Still isn't quite sure on Fade's position. There is a smoke for him to get the defuse in. In fact, he's going to get straight on it regardless of the smoke sticking it. And the defuse comes through as well. Banjo clutches it out and even secures the final frag. Fireflux are 3-0.
That one is going to sting for Fade to watch in the replay. If he watches this demo back, just a single hair's breadth away, just a pixel to the right with his crosshair, and he would have finished him off. There's one bullet would have been the difference maker to take down Banjo, denying that defuse, but instead Fireflux stay afloat 3-0. And Sensei, interestingly, he's not choosing to get an AWP up straight away. He could have afforded one. Instead, he'll go for an extra rifle, an extra M4.
Scrunk. Here on long and Sensei being boosted up for a double peek in Cave. It's a solid hold here in the meantime. Dancing around in mid is Soulfly.
This is really weak util for SSP with this force. They got next to nothing left to execute the site with. 2 smokes and a flash. And even then, that's nothing to hold off a potential retake that could come through from Fireflux. Then dealt with, the wide swing then comes out and Paz actually lines 2 up. A beautiful swing and reposition from Fireflux as soon as they get that initial kill. They drop an incendiary towards Cave to hold any potential T's at bay, and then they just take this wide swing on towards Pillar, catching all the players off guard, leaving Tarzan now in a 1 versus 4. Creeping up the slope. Will isolate 1, but the trade comes through. The rotation from Soulfly. It's clean 4-0 for Fireflux.
Strong start, but I mean, look, we saw this on Dust 2.
Yeah, that we did. That was a 9-3 half. I think a very different map, though.
That is true.
A map where anything can happen, anything can go.
Jumping up again onto shelf. Soulfly looking to get involved in the action. As the Pistols attempt to pop their way up the ramp. Scrunk being pushed on. The spam through the smoke is perfection. Tarsin does eliminate, but low on HP. Both these two terrorist players are. Tarsin finds another. That will be all. A bit of damage. No bomb plant.
Yeah, a couple kills. Fireflux going to be relatively content with that, denying the bomb plant, winning the round, and 3 players surviving. Considered profitable for them, and also the AWP recovered. So it's not too costly. Keeping their clean sheet, but now SSP have a full investment. They've got that T-side AWP up on Farmer G. We saw him go for many opening attempts on Dust 2 with the sniper on the T-side. And here we go, yeah, attempts to go for 1 towards Cave, but can't quite land the shot. In the meantime, it's Soulfly who gets the opening in towards middle, prevents Jim from forcing his way through that smoke. Hello, shut down by MSN. This reaction.
It's got very aggressive. It's gotten all the way through the B doors. Paz now working, who chooses moment to strike perfectly, finds a double. MSN caught knife out and Scrunk has the bomb. In a great position, swings in, and that's a 6-0 for Fireflux.
That was so nice to watch there from Paz. Scrunk just finds the timing to weave through to the doors, and SSP are so paranoid about him getting in such an unorthodox position. They're staring at him, and Paz, obviously with the assistance of a flash, can just walk in through Cave, and they're both staring at Scrunk at doors. At least those who weren't were fully blinded. Going to be another force buy for SSP. AKs and a Galil, but very, very weak util. Again, they struggle to hold on to much map control. Fireflux keeping it in their hands. Soulfly shuts down Tarsin. Sensei the same to MSN. That's the 2 extremity players cut down for SSP, leaving the pack of 3 to creep and crawl up the slope. Eventually pounce and start to make noise. Jim taking point. Scrunk takes contact. The flash is perfect from Soulfly.
Fireflux have locked back in, but look, it was a 7-0 start on Dust 2. Can they make it 8?
Soulfly threw that flash from mid. Like, the bottom of mid.
Banger. Get the demo and have a look at that one. Oh, look at it. It's perfect.
Over towards the top of Cave. Nice little cheeky flashbang there, fully blinding them. But SSP now back down to pistols. Banjo had to jump straight up towards the heavens to go for some long-range fights, but he smoked off to try and allow SSP to close the distance towards Cave, but the only player to get close is Jim, and he's met with, well, death.
Smoke on the doors.
Yeah, all the map control. Successfully taken the lane despite SSP trying to deploy what little util they had to stop it. Now with a man disadvantage, SSP had just locked out with all these choke points. The primary choke points for map control. Smoked off for another 20 seconds.
Cleaned up, farmed up. Fade and MSN. Remain. Just MSN. Spamming away with the Desert Eagle. It's 1 and 7 so far.
Oh,
Skrunk ensures it stays that way. Yeah.
Skrunk overextending there. Definitely could have gone down for free, but one tag accidentally hits the leg, meaning it's not quite enough to finish him off. So Fireflux continue their clean streak up towards an 8th. Going to try and get us back on schedule.
Yeah. SSP looking pretty down and out, but I said that last map, and we ended up in double overtime. So they've got in store for us in round 9. Guns back out, also in play. Smoke down on elbow. Fireflux have full mid control here. MSN fading the smoke on shelf. Soulfly needs to be careful. He has been a rock for them in mid though. He's finally going to back away. Wins the heads up duel against MSN. Even anticipates for a second peek. Doesn't come through. It's an opening kill for Fireflux. And no attempt at a response from SSP as well. This is again timid. Similar to what we saw on Dust. At least in the opening stages of that map. Feels so long ago now. Farmer G's lurking with the AWP here. Skrunk finds a kill onto Fade. 2-man advantage now. Just being cut down across the map. Imp. Nice kill onto Banjo. With that rotation back to the B site.
Yeah, this is the one site defended with only one player. That's Paz. But he is falling back to a safer angle to play retake. Even calling in this rotation after steps have been heard. Fireflux look to try and play retake here with this man advantage. Paz domed though, overextends. Gives SSP a way to equalise. Now FarmG with the AWP activates. Soulfly caught. Pushing him towards heaven, leaving Skrunk in a 1 versus 2 after picking off Jim. Low HP, SSP can adjust their positions, and SSP get their first round on the board. Now, one thing I want to note is that Fireflux, they're allowing Soulfly to play mid entirely on his own. They're trusting him to do that. They're playing triple B for the majority of these rounds. But normally when you go triple B, you're often leaving yourself open to some place. Normally, it's if you're triple B, you might have 2 players towards mid, and you gamble and leave the A site open. Or the more popular version, you have someone watching A, but the mid player plays passively from an angle that can spot for him for fall back. But here, more often than not, Soulfly is on his own, aggressive in towards mid. This time, he does have a little bit of support early on. Gets his way in towards heaven, looking to fight his way through the smoke, and will catch utility in hand, and almost transfers to the second. But it's not quite enough. A 1-for-1 trade.
Could have been devastating, but damage control does allow SSP to at least hold on 4-on-4. MSN in the meantime is at the top of the ramp here. Paz about to be pressured behind the pillar. Skrunk finds one from long. There's the second onto MSN. Farmer's gone, and Fade lurking in middle. Miles away from the action and fully alone.
Creeping in towards the cave. Currently being held by Sensei, tight angle with the AWP. Even the pre-aim not enough. But there goes to show the advantage of having someone as aggressive as Soulfly. Obviously, he gets a lot of picks, gets you a lot of 4 versus 4s, but it's the information. After dying there, he spots at least another 2 to 3 players. In fact, I'm pretty sure he spotted at least another 3 players after killing his first. And that allows Fireflux to then make more informed decisions in that 4-on-4. Oh, doesn't help when you miss mollies like that, though.
No. Fairly standard Molotov as well. It's a bit of a whiff there, but shouldn't affect them too badly anyway, because SSP's main focus here is Cave. Tarsin and Jim taking control there. Scrunk gets aggressive down the bottom of the ramp, finds one just spamming straight through that smoke.
All on his own. A little backup behind it.
He's unanswered as well. MSN's now gone down in middle. Banjo continuing to fight here, will fall. But still, man advantage in the hands of Fireflux.
There we go, Soulfly getting aggressive again and pushing towards middle. Almost catches Tarzan off guard. But the health advantage for Tarzan prevails. Sensei now spotting middle. Should know that there's a timing for Tarzan. Getting towards Donut, so he's now going to fall back to the A site. But Tarzan's heard all these steps, and now he's going to try and fill that void. But Paz has it held. The lurk dealt with. Now it's just these 2 players marching their way up towards the B site, but Fireflux in a safe retake scenario with Scrunk early information in towards the cave, going for a fast flank. Jim, 1 versus 3, looks to try and isolate a fight behind the smoke. He does find Paz. But is he going to anticipate Scrunk all the way up the slope so quick?
Doesn't seem like it. Scrunk swings out. Almost a little bit of a windy spray, but does connect in the end. And that's double digits for Fireflux. They've gone 1 better, guaranteed, than they did in the first half on Dust 2. Can they hammer the point home and make it 11? Or are SSP going to have a 2-round buffer to work with?
It's a weak investment to boot. 2 Galils, 1 Mac 10, not the greatest amount of utility. Struggling to take map control on so many different parts of the map. Currently setting their sights towards middle, knowing how aggressive Soulfly has been playing there. Smoke fades. In fact, it's Paz. Looking to potentially fade this smoke. In fact, he's flashed out in towards heaven. Fully blinded, but it's Soulfly. He'll get the opening kill. Paz will still find 1 before falling. And it's blink and you miss it. It's a 4 versus 2.
MSN puts 1 down onto Soulfly. Banjo. Turns out there's 1. MSN finds a second, but Sensei will make it 11-1 at the half. Much more decisive than the start of Dust 2. This is an even bigger hole for SSP to try and dig themselves out of.
Yeah, 10-round deficit. Oh, this is... I'm going to say, this is looking dire for SSP.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm going to be swapping over Fireflux now on that T side. Here on Ancient. We'll see if SSP can put up a formidable defense as they did on Dust 2. Will be a 5-man lean outside of A for Fireflux. Perhaps to at least guarantee a bomb plant with an execution. Smoke's thrown from Scrunk towards CT. A late one towards the Donut. In fact, it might have missed Donut and landed on the site. Means that Soulfly has to be forced to take this fight and will tap down Tarsin, but MSN comes through on the trade. Banjo dancing on the site will pivot. Pirouette to find 2. And now Jim left in a 1 versus 4 as his teammates tried to force their way on towards the site.
I think that might be the final nail in the coffin for SSP.
I'm saying never to the CT side force bite. I will say never to the 1 versus 4 clutch though. This could be the final round of this quarterfinal. SSP forcing up with 3 MP9s, 2 pistols. And they are looking to go for an aggressive split here in towards middle. Fast in towards A main. The flashes are good. And Fireflux almost caught off guard, but they withstand. The MAC-10s mop them up. Leaves Tarzan. 1 versus 4. And like I said, we'll say never to the 1 versus 4. It will be a 13-1 victory there on Ancient for Fireflux. Dominant on the decider map.
Yeah, I mean, we were always worried about this map for SSP, given their sort of ESEA results on the map, right? I mean, given, you know, they pleasantly surprised me as the series went on. I didn't expect it to be quite that one-sided on the decider, but ultimately it was. And that does mean that Fireflux move on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, no, an impressive showing from Fireflux. Much to look forward from them going through on the tournament, and we will be saying goodbye to SSP. But we've got one more best of 3 coming up later for you, and that is Verdant versus Power Mix. So we're going to go to a quick break whilst we wait for that game to be ready.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Hello and welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. We have our final quarterfinal coming up. We've just seen a 3-map affair between Sissy State Punks and Fireflux, which on the face of it should have been a fairly quick one, but they made it a big game. They made it a 3-mapper. We've got our final quarterfinal here. It's going to be Power Mix taking on Verdant.
Yeah, Power Mix, as the name suggests, they are a mixed team. They came in through the last chance qualifier, and looking at the games, the only maps actually won were Dust 2 and Mirage. They just managed to get them on the vetoes multiple times over. Moving over to Verdant, they're a team who are very well known around the UK scene and perhaps a familiar face around Tier 2. They're probably the second best team in the UK behind Endpoint, who have already made it through to the semi-finals. But Verdant recently have been plagued with a lot of stand-in issues, mostly due to the vacancy being away for a couple months. He's now back in the UK, back in the lineup. But I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Harry, but I think their AWPer Divi isn't here today.
Yeah, I got a message from Artist just before the game. Yeah, Divi's not going to be playing in this one, which means that, vacancy's back. I imagine the AWPing duties will fall on Artist. Now, he used to be the AWP IGL for this lineup, which could be an issue, considering he's been filling out more of the entry spots for them recently, and that's going to now have to go to whoever they've got standing in, which I believe is Leaf. But I'm not entirely certain on that one. So yeah, it's going to be a massive spanner in the works. It's going to make things a little bit tricky for them. That said, I still think they will have the edge. These are seasoned competitors at this point, and they are no strangers to role changes or switch ups. Playing with a stand-in they've been doing for a little while now. I'm going to refrain from giving a prediction this time because it seems to be proven wrong every single time, but. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, especially with Verdant going to be playing a lot looser than they already would have been. Yeah, I think the map veto is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, especially, as I mentioned, the fact that Power Mix, we know that they like Dust 2 and Mirage, and those are really the only two maps that they can really play, but we know that Verdant, those are the two least preferred maps for Verdant, Dust 2 and Mirage. It's guaranteed that one of them will be banned out straight away, and I've got the veto on my screen right now. We've got Power Mix banning Vertigo, makes sense, not a favourable map, it's also a good map for Verdant. Mirage then being banned out for Verdant, allowing Power Mix to pick Dust 2. We then have Nuke being picked by Verdant. Again, it makes a lot of sense, but Nuke is probably one of Verdant's best maps, and also is probably the hardest map to mix on. Then you've got an Anubis Inferno ban, leaving Ancient as the decider. Now, I mean, just looking at the veto, Dust 2 being the first map in the pool, you're missing Divi, who is your star AWPer, a player who of incredible caliber, who can take over games, especially on a map like Dust 2, who, with him being in the lineup, it kind of made their Dust 2 a little bit more viable. It meant that they could then balance between banning Mirage and Dust 2, rather than just having to perma one of them. So it kind of does bring into question marks, as you mentioned, Artist. For years, he's been the primary AWPer and IGL. Before becoming the primary AWPer, he was the IGL entry, and it's taken him a while since bringing in Divi on the AWP for him to settle into being an IGL entry again. So I feel if their stand-in today is a Rifler and Artist is then having to pick up the AWP, it could lead to a bit of difficulties, especially with Dust 2 being in there, knowing that Artist historically hates Dust 2, and therefore as an AWPer won't be used to the angles quite so much as the likes of Divi, which means Power Mix could have a free pick going into that map. That being said, Dust 2 is always a coin flip.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And there's a relatively safe pick for Verdant, second in Nuke. But got to get through Dust 2 first. Couple of jumps across the mid doors. It's a 2-1-2 split for Verdant, although those two A players are split between short and long here. So very much just searching for a bit of information. Leaf getting a lot of information in mid.
Going to be a slow split. Power Mix waiting in that tunnel for contact to be taken. Taken towards long. Leaf still sticking around on catwalk looking for info. Will spot at least one player towards the top of mid. It catches his attention, but Extinct will get the kill. That means Power Mix is deterred away from tunnels, accelerating towards B, where Giraffe sits at the back box in a beautiful little off angle. Good to kill one. Make it a second as Oscar falls. And it's the Samas dancing around the side as the rotation comes through. It's just Abed left in a 1 versus 5.
Nice and decisive pistol round for Verdant. Given this is a map they're not huge fans of. Nice way to kick things off. Single kill onto Artist, but Abed will quickly be put to bed. Verdant take the pistol.
Nice important start, starting with that early momentum. Palmix, I wonder what they're going to do. It looks like they're going to be going for a force buy here. Oscar with the scout nice and early, but Deagles and Kevlar on the rest.
Oscar has full vision down through Suicide with the scout. Leaf, again with a good amount of mid vision here. Verdant so far been very proactive in giving Leaf vision in middle. Nice HG onto Oscar there.
In all fairness, that's another thing we haven't touched upon is vacancy. Having been away for about a month, if not more, not touching the game, not being able to play Counter-Strike. See if his aim, his individual ability can come back to him and wear off that ring rust. We're doing fine right now with SMP9, farming some cash, getting some confidence kills.
Sama's trying to find a fight here. Vacancy finally flanked by Abed. So there are a little bit of options. There are a couple.
Yeah.
That said,
Verdant still have that man advantage, but
yeah,
the herd has been thinned. They don't have to split up and cast across further ground and be more easily isolated. Lee fluffing a few shots gets him down low. A single Deagle shot to the chest would be enough to finish him. Just Osama's making a lot of noise. Up on towards the catwalk, buying time for Abed to get on towards this B site, but Giraffe heard the steps, wasn't too far away, will cut him down. Bomb dropped. Osama's no hope of winning this round. It's just about damage for him now. Gets Leaf down to 1 point of health. Most importantly for Verdant, 3 players surviving is profitable, but it's also the fact that the 3 rifles they brought in are kept up. Only 2 MP9s that they've lost. But knowing that that was a force buy they're up against, it meant now they know that they're up against pistols on this one. So MP9s yet again for Artist and Vacancy, looking to farm some more cash.
Vacancy pushed up the lower tunnels here. Artist going up to the top of middle, spraying a lot of bullets and not connecting many of the shots. Vacancy is able to at least get one. Charging into short is Abed. Vita eliminated. Nako and Oscar. Main here, smoke blown open. 2 synchronized frags come through. Another strong one for Verdant. Should be where the guns come out though.
The AWP on the IGL of Artist. Nice and early. Up on Osamus as well, and he's going to win the aim fight. Up going head to head towards Long. Osamus overextends, punished by Extinct, who picks up Artist's up. The 4 versus 4 and maintains control of Long. You can redeploy the smoke.
Warp has been recovered. Extinct with control out here on Long.
Ground to play some sort of anti-flash.
Yeah, trying to keep vision while also being able to dodge any flash that comes over.
Managed to pick up a smoke, replenish that towards the long doors, keeps it locked in. But in the meantime, Palmix are creeping all 4 players up towards catwalk. AWP of Oscar. Holding the flank. Thing to full reposition now. Reading this round well. Palmix are keeping it simple, just grouping up, exploding, up on towards short. One jumps in towards CT to try and split up the CT defense. Shot from Extinct, Leaf overwhelmed on the site. Fortunately, Vacancy comes in to provide cover and allows Extinct to stay alive and fire off a couple more shots, including a Deagle kill on towards Oscar. Verdant, stay alive with 4.
Beautiful recovery from Extinct, holding the bomb site. Gets a little bit sketchy in the interim, but In the end, they are able to close out. Power Mix yet to score a round. And here they're going to be on a half bite. Upgraded pistols, a single scout on Oscar. Tech 9 on Vita, the rest Eagles.
Offset looked almost dead on there for that pick. But clearly might land the mark. Burden. Still kicking. 2 mollies deployed in towards the mid doors. Keeps Power Mix at bay.
Jump short. Vacancy tapped out Oscar. Leaf takes contact, pressured. Doesn't want to overextend as Artist comes back in with the AWP to take the angle.
It's a simple setup here for Verdant with the man advantage and up against pretty much just pistols other than that scout from Vita. Playing 3 towards long, 2 towards B. On the B site, they're hunkered in towards the site. Giraffe a deep angle in towards the tunnels. That means that Vacancy can sit on the window. He can watch mid from the site itself. Whereas over on A, they've got 1 towards long, 1 player holding towards short. Artist can then pivot between the 2 while simultaneously watching the mid cross. Information play comes in. Giraffe head taken clean off by Abed.
Nice kill from Vacancy. Being pressured here though. Dink comes in. Headshot. He's unfazed.
Vacancy hasn't missed a beat. You can tell that the time away from the computer screen hasn't soured his skills one bit. Even taking a dink there, just a perfect pre-fire, perfect flick on the burst. And that kill.
Rejuvenated.
Yeah, if anything, I think Vacancy's got a player who's got unbelievable aim. His mechanical skill is one of the highest in the UK for sure.
Oh, now he's been set up to get aggressive. Pushing all the way up mid. He flashes out long. Going to be able to catch the rotate with nades in their hands. Only good for 1, but the firing squad on long does lock it down at Samus. 1 versus 3. Top of middle. Player on short misses the flick though. An Artist will secure with a peak 250.
6-0 streak. Verdant looking comfortable on Dust 2 here. Considering there was a time where this was their permaban. Since the addition of that box up on towards short, Verdant have decided to add it into their map pool and they've become more and more comfortable at it. Our mix going to be converging on Xbox 2 towards the top of mid, 2 towards underpass. In the meantime, we'll fight from Abed towards long, but with heavy resistance is extinct. Wipe him out.
Artist. Inside the mid doors. Gets a tag. Doesn't quite confirm the kill. Extinct in the meantime has eliminated Vita, so still a man advantage for Verdant.
They're just going to hunker down towards long. Not split their players up too much. Clearing out long control, it gives them an extremity of this A site to play retake from, especially as Power Mix are creeping in towards short. With 3 players, Asamus taking point. We'll find Extinct. The Leaf close by. Yes, he's dropped that smoke towards long, but he's here. Give some support, give some aid. Apply some pressure.
Manages to delay the plant just a second. This double peek coming in from short. Nako caught between 2 players. Starmer's good for 1, but now it should be the mop-up here. Oscar dancing behind the headshot angle, lands a dink. There's the first kill and there's the second. He manages to pull it across.
The fast movement speed of the Tech 9 allows him to strafe jiggle with such rapid pace. First round on the board for Power Mix. Off the back of a simple contact from Samus. Even there finally deals with Leaf. He did such a good job of staying alive, even though he's pushed so close. Got a lot of information for Verdant to use, but eventually he's dispatched. 1 versus 2 on the Tech 9, just too much. Now Power Mix look to accelerate towards Long, but I think there was a missed smoke from the CTs, or at least I think peaked before it bloomed. Right into the AWP. Opening kill for Power Mix.
Can they convert it? Came down to the wire last round. Leaf. A good position on Long. If he isn't Molotov'd out of position. Artist, the watchful gaze with the AW. Holding the edge of the smoke. Arms is going to walk straight through. Graf taking down Nako.
In towards this CT smoke. Fortunately for Vacancy, he can duck in towards cover. Gets that information, but he's running low on bullets. And Artist volleyed out on towards the side, just about escapes. Vacancy tries to hold from the blue box. Osamas is on a tear. Giraffe and Artist down on such low HP. And a man disadvantage, and Artist has gone for a full reposition, leaving Giraffe alone on the site.
He's making noise, he's trying to draw attention. Give Artist the best possible opportunity, but Oscar pivots around at the last possible second and peeks up for the second kill. Power Mix double their round.
The timing was perfect there for Oscar to turn. Catch Artist. Perhaps if Giraffe had made a little bit more noise, maybe Oscar would have been still focused on him. Away from Osamas, creeping around the edge of the smoke. He's the most experienced player on the Power Mix lineup, having recently played for Gigi Hao. We do have a tactical timeout from Verdant, Coach Kieran, Coach Biscuit on the mic, imparting words of wisdom, perhaps. Identifying that right now, well, I say right now, the only 2 rounds that Power Mix have had success, it's off the back of Osamas going for just a straight up contact.
Yep.
Taking aim fights. First up towards short, just taking a fight towards extinct. Second there, in towards mid, or on towards mid, in towards long. Finding a 1v1 on towards Leaf.
The other thing as well, what with a lot of the players from Power Mix being from the Middle East, the ping issue.
Yeah, it's a big ping difference.
Online, it is going to make things easier for them to go for wide swing peaks and go for some of these heads-up aim duels. They have that slight advantage with the peekers advantage just because of the nature of online gaming. You can't avoid it.
Yeah, it used to be back in the day, well, back on CSGO, having high ping was a disadvantage, but now it's kind of traded out, right?
Yeah.
I think, honestly, Valve have kind of balanced it, because with high ping, you now have a massive peaks advantage. But it goes both ways. It means you also struggle to hold angles.
Power Mix being on that T side, though, can take full advantage of it so far.
Force buy from Verdant. Bill was an AWP, 2 M4s, but Giraffe down to a 5-7. Vacancy down to an MP9, and easy, well, the 2 players who normally go towards that B side of the map. Right, they still are. Giraffe trusted with the smoke in play, but Oscar contacting in with the AWP. Takes just 1 step wider. Oh, shot baited out, smoke dropped.
Vacancy up close to the mid doors. Osamas holding for the swing. Might just give it to him. It's a double stack, but even still, Vacancy gets 1 and almost a second. Help does come in. Osamas finishes his meal, but that's enough time for Leaf to swing through and find a double. Abed and Oscar make it just Oscar as Abed caught transitioning through long doors.
Pins now. Hunting them down. Verdant secure a 7th. Back in the driver's seat. But most importantly, they now have the greater weaponry. And the fact that Vacancy was able to get 1 and stick around for so long then. Sure, he overextended massively on the second, but after seeing your opponents whiff that much, I don't blame him for thinking there was an opportunity for him to just whip out the USB.
swing in mid. Oscar unable to capitalize with the scout. Almix setting up to take some long control late, though, through the smoking flash. Leaf lines up one, but only one. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Power Mix come out on top. Artist has to reposition. Needs to be careful of the headshot angle in pit, but does get across the car safely. Vacancy joins him. There's a kill on the board for Artist. Vacancy tapping away. Needs to retreat as Artist falls. 3-on-2.
First kill. Headshot on towards the arrival AWP. Wrath. Normally the B anchor has got himself in a very poor position. Will catch Nako, but there's trading in play, and perhaps on the kill feed would have spotted the other two players. Vacancy now in a 1 versus 2, and he's not going to rotate just yet. That flash should signify the need. Going to be difficult as Nako holds the rotations and hold the pixel gap between the doors, and Oscar can get the bomb safely on towards this B site. Vacancy may be tempted to save.
Yeah, it depends if Power Mix give him anything. Oscar decides to jump up towards window, get a bit curious. He'll end up giving the round away, but I think Vacancy realizes. AWP save. Yeah.
Hoover up some utility as well. Should have a safe exit here. Power Mix just maintaining control of the bomb site. Making sure that bomb can explode without being defused. A simple all-in play again from Power Mix. Then just defaulting to mid-rounding as a group, as a pack of 3 players. Maximise that trade potential, pays off again for Power Mix.
It's the way you want to play it if you're playing as a mix. Can't really rely on any sort of set pieces, set executes. Just need to make sure you trade out.
And saved by Vacancy, dropped over to Artist, and it's going to be a half buy around it. A couple MP9s. Oscar spots at least one play across now. He's going to get aggressive in towards the tunnel, but a missed shot. The nullified Giraffe now stuck on towards this site. Power Mix accelerating, and a wide angle taken from Abed. Beautiful pathing. The nullified Giraffe's pistol. Close quarters. In the meantime, Peter has been found towards long. I think picking up the Galil. Disadvantage.
They're going to see what they can do, but the amount of utility that Power Mix have to coat the doors. We're certain that they take this round home. Still hanging about.
Yeah, there is a kit for Extinct if he wants to go for it. And saving, not necessary. I was going to say not necessary because theoretically Verdant should have saved enough to buy into this round.
But no.
With it being the last round and that being a half buy, but no, their loss bonus hasn't built up enough. And one of the heavy criticisms of Verdant is their poor management of the economy. When they go for half buys, they often buy a little bit too much. Now on the final round of the first half, they don't have an AWP and they've got an SMG.
And they're going for an all-in long play here. Abed, just a lurker on this side of the map. They're going to flash out. He's just hiding here behind the blue container. Just pinning the position. A lovely headshot from Abed. Traded out swiftly by Vacancy, but in the meantime, Vita's cracked open mid. Artist eliminated, leaving Giraffe to try and pin down both B and mid at the same time. Nako's making a beeline for him. The steps have been heard, though, so Giraffe at least wary of it. And he's now jump spotting the B doors. Surely he realizes. No.
There we go. Giraffe was just waiting for Nako to overextend. Didn't want to risk making noise dropping off that box to try and fight him. Gets him eventually. And now he just tucks himself into a beautiful angle and taps them both down as they come through the tunnels, leaving Oscar, who was there to try and hold down the rotations to stop Verdant from being able to support Giraffe, but Giraffe didn't need any help.
Swinging out. Wants to try and isolate Vacancy, but Vacancy just needs to not move here. Smoke is going to actually grant Oscar the opportunity, but Vacancy will hold firm. 8-4 at the half for Verdant. They do recover after it looked like Power Mix was starting to string a fair few together.
Some impressive rounds from both Vacancy and Giraffe, and Extinct actually quietly creeping up there to the top of the scoreboard with them. Look at that. Beautiful reposition. That angle is so hard to deal with because it's not even a headshot angle. It's a pixel of your head that's visible if you sit in the right spot. If you sit further, the right distance away from that cover. The ground uneven. We move over into the second half. Verdant with that 4-round lead. I'll continue on towards this T side. Taking tunnels control. Smoke towards the doors. Make it look like a B hit. They're smoking towards CT. They're accelerating towards the tunnels. This might be a B split. Or at least it's telegraphed that way. In reality, the bomb's made its way towards short.
But they're still clearing mid regardless. Our mixers have no idea what the end play is. They are going to fall back and head up short instead. Ashamas has now been spotted. Molotov on the bomb side. None of these shots are connecting. And it's just Nako. He did it.
Basically able to hold down those rotates. Nako won't be able to do anything. That was a beautiful round for Verdant. Even we were confused as to what was going on. But it's the smoke towards the doors and then a later smoke towards middle made it look like it was faking a B hit when in reality it was a B split. When in reality it was sending a player up towards short to make it look like that was a fake to go up towards short to get a kill on towards the players rotating when you commit towards short. There was so many layers to that fake. And anyway, Power Mix down on towards the force buy.
Yeah, that they are. A couple of MP9s, a Scout, 5-7, and a Desert Eagle. MP9's difficult to get involved when you're trying to hold long.
Yeah,
as soon as it's going across the bomb site, it does start to get a little bit easier.
Dust 2 isn't a map where SMGs can find very many viable spots, but the Scout can. Headshot on towards vacancy. Re-smoke on the cross.
Oh
He's
no!
made his way up the site solo, but all his teammates have fallen to the Scout. Therefore, he takes a fight on his own, and even if he gets a kill, he's traded, leaving Extinct. This is just decimation. Verdant. What's that long hit? What was it supposed to be?
You could see what the idea was. They wanted Artist to get as close as he could, kill the players on the bomb site, and then they could start to spring up. But why not just move as a team? Why not just continue together? It's a puzzler. It's a puzzler that's cost Verdant dearly because now Power Mix are on the guns. Yeah.
Destroyed their economy. Verdant, after winning this, to go down to 1 round loss bonus, so losing the second, they have nothing. They force up Tech9s and Kevlar. Leaf is able to get the opening, but Abed shuts the rest down. Helping Osama. Extinct in a 1 versus 4. Being held, it's a 9-6 scoreline. Power Mix making this look a lot more competitive.
Now it's an eco for Verdant.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the door starts to swing open. The crack starts to turn into, oh, the door's half open. Verdant needs to slam it shut. Otherwise, they'll be letting Power Mix back into this game. It's an aggressive. All in through mid for Verdant. Don't hate it. I landed a dink.
Swarm. This was a catapult. Oscar can pick off 2 before being overwhelmed, and Abed activates from Goose. Here's a cleanup. It looked a little bit scary there, with Verdant managing to take down Oscar.
Yeah, if they maybe were able to pivot round and get the Goose player, then all of a sudden you could be in the money, but or unretrievable.
Now, what the Verdant have on their T side? Verdant historically aren't the kind of team to have well-structured defaults to what you'd see on from structured teams on Dust 2. Also, I don't think they have the experience or the reps on this map. Be able to go for improvised, aggressive plays. Does look like they will be going for that 3-2 default, 3 towards tunnels. Verging until 1-3-1. Isolated.
Yeah, he Would have been able to stay free behind that incendiary, but does decide to peek out and gets caught. A double setup on the B bomb site. Smoke burn, well-timed opportunity on short. Blocks Artist's vision. Verdant don't really have a way into this round at the moment.
A risky angle from Abed. It's great if Verdant execute through the smoke. If not, very isolated. Yeah, you can see him repositioning there, thinking better of it. Verdant are just going to leave Artist tucked in towards short, set their sights towards long. It's a decent proposition. They can take a 3 versus 1 fight on Vita, who's holding long on his own. Should be able to trade him out, worst case scenario, but best case, they get him for 3. And then Artist activates way too early. Way too early. The reaction from Power Mix there is to try and take short. He catches them staring straight at him. Fortunately, his teammates can recover. Ooh, stinked.
Windy.
Spray.
And Vacancy spammed down straight through the smoke, leaves Leaf the stand-in to try and clutch 1 versus 3 here, and a swing from short from Osama gives Power Mix an 8. They trail by just 1 round now.
Verdant set themselves up so well, but Artist, impatient as ever. Pushing up on towards short when he didn't need to. You set it up perfectly. I'm almost certain he called for that strap, but he's peeking there, trying to... I mean, I guess I can see his thought process, trying to catch the Power Mix players on the site, focusing on the players towards long. But in reality, Power Mix's reaction there when they lose long is not to fight long, it's to make sure they have short before they do. To retake short, they have to have one or the other.
That's back down half. And again, it's a heavily invested half. Vacancy does manage to open things up, but Abed eliminates Giraffe. Oscar being pressured here on car, but he does have a rifle to team up with him. Picking off these pistol players 1 by 1 on long as the flashes stream in. Artist trying to free fire, nothing. 9-9.
Again, promising opening for Verdant. Get a free kill towards long, but they can't deal with Oscar at the car, even though he's pinned, even though he's stuck in a corner. Try and chase him down. Yeah, high scoreline. Now, this is where perhaps Artist not being so comfortable with the AWP could come to punish them. You can see him going for the AK a lot. He's also one of the players who I'd say is the biggest culprit for investing too much on ecos on half buys. So it's unlikely that he'll be able to afford an AWP or choose to save for one.
Yeah,
Vacancy. I won't have that sniper to try and stop Oscar.
Vacancy could have dropped one at the start of this round. Foregone any utility that he had. And Oscar's opened things up with the AWP. The difference. So impactful for Power Mix. It was him getting that big 3K on long that set them up for this streak of rounds on their CT side. Now mid to B split. Bomb is still towards long though. Vita gets a kill over the top of the smoke onto Leaf. It's gonna respawn. Vita just goes straight through it. Catches Vacancy off. Now Verdant 2 versus 5.
About not spreading towards Vita. Corner. Power Mix for the first time in this map will take the lead. They'll get themselves up to 10, double digits for Verdant.
Seen a lot of comebacks on this today. On this stream. Power Mix looking to pull off another one. They, yeah, quite rightly take the lead. And more than likely will be up onto 11 as well, as Verdant are on a half buy. It's just pistols and armor. Long Pop is the name of the game. Extinct hesitates over the Molotov. Caught trying to transition out. Oscar drops a molly on short. Verdant are going to get ahead of it. A second will stop him at the gate. They have enough for an execution.
Yeah, but Power Mix, with the use of that incendiary, buys them time to establish themselves a stronger crossfire, stronger bait and switch. U2 will come through for Verdant. Smokes to give them cover to get close, but a beautiful counter flash from Abed in towards Goose. And they will just mop them up.
Rounds for Power Mix. 2 rounds away from taking their map pick. And a much needed win as well, given that Verdant almost shoe in on New. With that caveat that you're playing with a stand-in. Artist getting aggressive in middle. Looks like he's walking straight through this mid smoke. Perfect timing. Vita rotates off. John peeking from the doors. Set up for this split here. A barrage of bullets comes sailing in through the smoke. Confirmation that there are 2 players on the B bomb site as well. Artist still waiting for that rotation. That's what all this has been for. Verdant trying to draw a CT off of the A bomb site. They're not moving.
Artist will be very patient, just sat waiting to see if a rotation can come through. I mean, I thought he had that time when he slipped through to actually catch. I think it was Vita rotating away from, or maybe Nako rotating away from mid. Back turn.
How much longer will they wait, though? That's the question. Artist finally will make himself known, putting a smoke, getting ready for that mid to be. And Vita, baited in by Vacancy, throwing the utility. Giraffe finds the headshot. Nako good for 1, but only 1. As the bomb site has fallen. With full control, Extinct and re-smoke mid. As the bomb goes down.
Difficult spot for Power Mix to be in. They should be tempted to save. They've got so much cash though. Osama's is on 15k. Abed will try and deal with Extinct, but for no success. I mean, Osama's could be sticking around for real economic damage. Oscar giving him some support. Oh. Obviously even knew he was there. He could have gone for the pre-fire wallbang, but instead tries to get the drop on him. Verdant will finally get themselves a second round on the T side and get themselves up to double digits.
About time as well. Lovely entry work. Artist being so patient, waiting for that rotation that never came. This time it looks to be early long control. The flash is going out. Try and allow Vacancy this time to get an entry. He does successfully reach the blue bin.
Is that smoke meant to land there? Because that was thrown from spawn.
Regardless. I think it's meant to extinguish the Molotov. Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps. But if anything, it means that Vacancy then has no cover to actually work with.
Now looks like it will be a B hit though. All of Verdant gathered in the tunnels.
Issue is Power Mix only in a 2-2-1. They've got 2 players in middle who have close rotation. Holding this cross.
Oscar still holding here with the AWP. Vita. Close corner, Leaf not expecting. Now they go for the pop on the B bomb site with that confirmation. It's a 1-for-1. Vita comes in, another kill. Giraffe getting aggressive. Almost lands the transfer, but ultimately unsuccessful. 3 players still remain for Power Mix against the 2 of Verdant. A flash, an early pop into the bomb site. It's mistimed from Vita. Gets fully blinded. Team flash, 2v2. Giraffe lines up another. Artist in the 1v1. He comes straight through the smoke, and Verdant tie up 11-11.
That flash would have been perfect if it was just a meter to the left. Just a meter to the left, and Artist would have been fully blinded, but because it was where it landed directly above Artist's head, meaning it didn't land in his vision as he was planting. Look at this. I mean, to be fair, he even turned from the flash. He was anti, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been that blinded. Verdant keeping us a tight scoreline. They now use their spawns for an all-in play towards long. Extinct decapitates Osama. Giraffe punishes Abed, denies him the fallback. Artist. Oh, that's the bomb. Oh,
bomb.
Artist.
Not the bomb.
Oh,
and there's
no.
an incendiary. And a smoke. They can be fully blocked. Just when it looks so good, Verdant had 2 entries. Giraffe searching in mid's going to get caught by Nako, and now it's a 3-on-3. There are still 3 smokes in play for Power Mix. Verdant can't wait this out. If Giraffe had found that kill on short, then maybe he'd have been able to go for the mid flank, and this round could look very different, but instead it's now a 2-man pack that's forced to retreat here, where Nako lies in wait and even finds the first on leap. This is falling apart for Verdant.
They can see will eventually dispatch Nako. Extinct still boosted up in these doors, waiting for a smoke to fade to see if he can punish any of these players over the top of it. Issue is that for him to actually make a move, he'd have to drop and make sound.
Post Molotov. He doesn't quite get Vita. No, tagged up. The sound cue is at least there. Vacancy taps away. Tries to swing in for the other kill, but it doesn't matter. Power Mix. They've done it. 12-11. Map point somehow after losing 2 opening picks. In such a dire situation, the A bomb site gone. Slipping up mid. And just
2 things.
taking
Why
the bomb down.
Why is the bomb not taking towards long? And also 2, why is Artist with the bomb on his back sticking around to take a fight? Get out of there! The only way they would have lost that round in a 5 versus 3 is if he gives Power Mix that bomb. He stuck around and disengaged from that fight, jiggling the corner. Just get out of there, get in towards long. Group up with your teammates.
And now Verdant have to force buy in order to keep themselves in this map. It's better than the force buys they've had previously, but the success rate on the T side isn't particularly great at the best of times here on Dust 2. See what they can muster. B-pop through the smoke seems to be the name of the game here. Have a lurk in play through middle. That's keeping Osama's attention. At least for now, Artist slips through. Push comes in. It's almost completely dry, and that allows Osama's to farm at the back of the bomb site. Giraffe, well-timed, emerges through the window. The bomb site in control of Verdant. Power Mix have to go for it. How do they set themselves up here?
Util in play to try and keep them locked out of this B site. Might all come down to this fight between Extinct and Vita, and Extinct wins it, meaning Abed, Oscar have to force their way through a smoke through the narrow choke window. Oscar attempts a wild flick, but Artist punished, leaving Abed 1 versus 3. Artist will hold, and we're going to be going to overtime on the first map here.
We love a good overtime here today at Intel Tulpars Reloaded. We've had plenty. Let's have another.
Might as well.
Love Dust 2, me.
I know I don't.
No, I don't either. But this does at least end some of the money troubles for Verdant. It does mean that Artist can get that AWP out should he want to.
Yeah,
at least for now, though.
Something they've not tried.
Because this is 3-round halves, only 10k in the bank at the beginning. It's not enough for the CTs to sustain 3 losses, but they might not have to. Artist has been overwhelmed by Oscar on the B bomb site. The heads-up AWP duel goes the way of the CTs.
Man advantage. Now Verdant congregate behind this short smoke. The HEs come through to soften them up. Abed in this cheeky off angle once more. And they line up for him. Finds 2 and even thinks Giraffe behind the smoke. Swaps to the P2K. Still kicking. Even picks up to an AK to continue fighting.
Does end up dropping down, but that bomb's in full control. Now Vita's spamming nades in. They're surrounded Verdant.
Yeah, they know they're locked in.
Giraffe caught. Extinct falls. Decisive first round victory for Power Mix. And that should boost their economy up to the point now where they don't have to worry about money for the rest of the half, as long as they're not frivolously spending, as long as they're not buying 5 AWPs or something ridiculous.
Yeah. Seems like Artist will be buying a second AWP.
Empty the bank account.
Yeah. Costly. It means next round he may be on an eco. Or on a pistol. If they lose. They allow Power Mix to go 2-0 up.
Again, this up towards the B bomb site. Oscar's been having so much success with these double setups on B. This time, didn't quite land the shot, but Nako's there on a wide angle. Giraffe doesn't anticipate it again. Twice he's been caught by that double setup this time. At least he doesn't go down, but...
Right down to just 5 points of health and he completely disengages, gets out of there. Content with the pressure he's done, doesn't want to risk losing his life to play anymore.
Abed in the corner.
Again up towards short. 4 this time. Added layer extinct. And towards long. Amix needs to decide whether they want to fight for long or short here, because if they lose long control, they can very easily get split by a late flank from Extinct. So yeah, they are going to double up. Armus and Vita.
Well, there's Extinct gone. Vita just gets aggressive now. Only short where Vernon can attack from. The lurk eliminated. Vacancy. Let's find the entry onto Abed and Goose. Osamas here on the ramp. Spray. Windy. Gets punished for it by Leaf. Vita. Hansen on long. He's going to fall back, stay alive, allow his teammates to take the fight from CT, where Oscar will win the pick against Vacancy. Goes for the jump shot, misses, but lands the follow-up onto Leaf. Vita's found Artist, and now Giraffe on just 5 points of health. Needs to clutch this one out from CT's spawn. He finds the first. Flash goes into spawn. Oscar gets on the bomb, and he's sticking it as well. Is it even planted for Giraffe? He's missed the jump. Oh, God.
14th now for Power Mix. This does Verdant look like they had the opportunity, even after losing Extinct early on. Giraffe couldn't quite get to the bomb in time to deny that defuse.
If he gets up on the box.
He misses the jump. It's not the easiest flipping jump over.
Certainly not backwards.
Yeah. More of a default hold for Power Mix, not wanting to give up that opening kill so early on. Verdant giving that freedom to nice and swiftly make their way through lower tunnels in towards middle.
They grant him mid
to go for a fast split.
Players on the B-bomb side, surely got to be aware of this. Oscar finds one through the smoke. Leaf eliminates Nako. Vita can now activate, but again traded out 1-for-1. Abed goes through the smoke, and that does cost him a man advantage for Verdant. And they've got control of one of the most difficult sites to retake in the game.
Power Mix have to go for it last round of the first half. Taking a lot of time clearing out all these angles and a replenished smoke there. This time dropped towards window. Punish Osama and Oscar. Also door look. Smoke thrown to give them some cover. Couple flashes. Extinct pops his head up, but fully blinded by that flash. Dealt with. He's bought enough time, enough of a distraction. They simply can't defuse Verdant, get their 13th. Leaf stepping up in that round to get the multi-kill. Leaf, you got 3 in total there. Been very quiet for most of this map.
Yeah, I mean, he is the stand-in, right? Can be difficult sometimes if you're playing an unfamiliar system. But that said, should be relatively familiar now. He's been standing in for Verdant a lot over the last few days. But yeah, exactly. Positions you're not used to. We don't know how much D2 experience Leaf has with this squad.
Make that single as the Giraffe secondary AWP is immediately removed from his attacks. Artist gets some form of vengeance. 4 versus 4.
Oscar. Holding on short. Artist peeks in. Hands over a kill. Heads up duel. Oscar seems to be winning it all day. Leaf hops up on the short box. Echo spots him though, and he's forced to retreat. Information's the only thing he gains from that. The bomb is on short.
He's trying to push through the smoke. Okay, no, that's the smoke. I thought there was a player there on the minimap. No. Has the possibility to go for a flank. Leaf up and towards CT, but spotted by Oscar. The AWP wins that fight all day. Oscar finding so much impact with this AWP. Abed cuts down vacancy. Just extinct in the 1 versus 4. And it's a quad kill for Oscar. Up to 30. 30 bomb for him.
And map point as well. Verdant. After such a strong start on Dust 2 as well. Now seem to be falling by the wayside as Power Mix surge back up to map point. Can they close it this time? Can they give themselves that map buffer in the series? Stink tries to take long. He doesn't anticipate that Osamas has gotten out behind it. And oh, he's doubled up. Leaf's gone.
Shut down towards long. Verdant don't anticipate Osama to have slipped through. Now they're in a 5 versus 3 up against map point. They simply have to win this round. CT smoke deployed towards long. Try and keep our mix up bait. Oscar will have the choice to peek, try over towards the top of this smoke, but it's Osama creeping through underneath. That's multiple times, by the way, that Verdant have missed that smoke towards long. Lands too deep and leaves a massive gap. And Osamas completely punishes them with the ace, finishing it off 29-19 for him, a 16-13 scoreline for Power Mix.
Yeah, what a way to close it for Power Mix, right? I mean, Verdant started off very strong in that one. It was looking like they had full control of the game. Power Mix come back, take it to overtime. And, I mean, they got map point first. It was Verdant who had to get that final step to take it to overtime, but then they ultimately run out of steam. And it is going to be Power Mix taking the first map. We do have Verdant's map next, and it's one of their better maps. It is Nuke after the break.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Hello and welcome back to Intel Tulpars Reloaded 2024. We're here just before the second map of Power Mix versus Verdant. Dust 2 at opener went the way of Power Mix after Verdant got off to a pretty decent start, but ended up going to Verdant having to play just to get overtime, and then we go into overtime and Power Mix managed to edge it out. That said, that was Power Mix's map pick. We've got Verdant's map pick next, which is Nuke, a map they're very proficient on, Tim.
Yeah, a map which they're very comfortable on, and as we mentioned, Power Mix, quite literally as the name suggests, are a mixed team, and Nuke is probably the least mix-friendly map compared to Dust 2, which is probably the most mix-friendly map in the map pool that we have. But that being said, the mistakes that I saw being made from Verdant, which allowed Power Mix to get into it, the way that Power Mix approached their rounds was very much like they'd get a pick, they'd just slow down, they'd then group up and contact into a place, and that's what was enabled them to get a closer sort of P side, but it was their CT side that looked really strong, where Verdant couldn't adapt, couldn't find the breaks, so constantly being disrupted. Now, on Nuke, I don't see the first happening. I don't see the first where Power Mix go for those grouped up coordinated contact plays. That doesn't work quite so well on Nuke. It's much harder to contact your way in towards the top side or to the lower side, either way. But their CT side is what is the threat for Verdant, and Power Mix will start on that CT side of the most CT sided map in the pool. An early smoke on towards the top of main, bit of a waterfall to block information. Verdant setting their sights over towards ramp.
Yeah, the burst is going to come in. There are two players here to defend. One of them has Julies as well. Oscar catches Giraffe. I went on to vacancy. Leaf's the only one to get a kill so far for Verdant. Finally manages to finish the job on Oscar, but Vita there. Now the lurk outside, being caught by Osamas. Extinct gone. Leaf the stand-in. Clutch out. 1 versus 3. Pinned in by Vita here. Nice dink. It's going to deliver some damage. Doesn't anticipate Osamas being quite so close, though, in heaven. That means Power Mix gets the pistol.
Yeah, and that's a momentous start for them, winning the CT pistol. And not only that, denying a bomb plant for Verdant, but knowing Verdant, they're going to be going for a force bite. Artist, YGL already Kevlar, Tech 9 in hands. Yeah, just a lackluster ramp hit. Or rather, a nice counter, to be honest, with the deep angle from the Bish box, so you're able to see deep in towards the ramp. We do have one single rifle for Verdant, that's the Galil up on Leaf. Power Mix going to be going for 4 MP9s. They themselves are only working with 1 rifle.
Still set up behind red.
Hopefully Verdant's side here will look a little bit more inspired than it did on Dust 2. Much more room for innovation and creativity on this map. Many more options available for the T's to apply. They do get their first opening, but it's quickly answered back by Oscar's spam on towards Extinct.
Abed in a good position down here on the lower bomb site. Potential for him to be overwhelmed here, and that's exactly what happens. Only good for 1. 3 on 3. Bomb still yet to be planted, though. Digits will be punched. Vacancy moves his way up. Just playing around this smoke. A dink onto Nako. Now Leaf can swing in and get involved. Oscar springs a trap from the doors, leaving Giraffe alone. He fakes the steps for a rotation. The door shut, they turn their attention to him. Power Mix do pull off the retake.
Bit disorganised there from Verdant in the post plan. You had Leaf holding right side ramp. He had that pinned from the control, but nobody had left side. Vacancy knew that Leaf had right side. He was still holding the right side, and that allowed a player to creep all the way up. This player here, Vita. Yes, it was traded, but in doing so, the focus is so drawn in that Oscar comes in unnoticed towards the double doors. Verdant with that bomb plant, they're not going to attempt to force buy. They'll go for a half with a hero AK on Giraffe. Artist and Giraffe very low on funds. They do have an opportunity to try and break the bank for Power Mix. They themselves had a costly round.
Holding in lobby. It's like a ramp pop name of the game here. All-time smoke from Abed, though. Will 11 to push up a little bit behind it. They can get close and ready to pop through. Seems like that's not going to be a method of approach, though, as the rotate comes down to the ramp. Giraffe's going to pop his way out. In the hut, just a double for Nako. Vacancy eliminates. Vita comes in to take his fallen teammate's place.
He's even able to pick up that AK. Salvage that, but look at this play from Osama's. Pushes all the way outside, not being watched by Artist. Catches Vacancy back turned. And Artist can't even punish him. Artist can't even make up for the mistake he made of letting him go past.
Farmed up.
Yeah,
MP9.
3-0 start.
Vernon can at least get the guns out now.
Yeah, but it's not great. Artist, because of the amount that he bought, he can't afford utility. And Giraffe, to afford utility, can't afford a rifle. They didn't even do enough economic damage last round to put Power Mix on breaking point. Instead, they've had a profitable round, built up cash in reserve. Vacancy won't even be able to find the opening. Fortunately, it's traded by Artist coming around the edge of that smoke. That's a lot of information going Power Mix's way.
First kill.
Range.
Oh, and a
Too
second.
Easy. Too easy.
Vernon being shut down.
Meantime, Giraffe has managed to make his way down the vent. Could have cut off any rotations, but it doesn't matter if Verdant weren't successful at getting multiple players down secret in the first place. Just Leaf made it out alive. And Power Mix, they've cleared out all of lobby. They've got a lot of information. They can now start to rotate, shift their way into a greater spot. Retake this B-bomb site, but Abed gives a free kill. Puts it into just a one-man advantage. Graf falls back to try and hold down any potential vent rotations. Leaf stuck, isolated on the site alone to try and hold down the ramp, but he's found another isolated fight, found a second, leaving Oscar suddenly in a 1 versus 2.
Just when it started off so strong, Oscar needs to close it as well. The opening not good enough. Needs to find a finisher as well. Goes for a tap on the bomb. Giraffe spams through. Low on bullets though. Oscar taps yet again. Takes control of the bomb. Giraffe runs in and spams, and they have done it. Verdant are on the board after a round that started off in such a dire circumstance.
The stand-in of Leaf digging deep. That being said, it was a little bit of a weak attempt at a retake from Power Mix. They allowed Leaf so many 1 versus 1 fights. The first on towards Abed, and then just dancing around the toxic corner at the bottom of the ramp. Power Mix with only 1 round loss bonus built up. 0 round loss bonus. Precise. Their buy here isn't the greatest. 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. Weak util. Oscar still able to afford that walk. Verdant's investment not the greatest themselves either.
Setting up the on-the-fly cross smokes. They're going to boost Artist up, but he's caught by Osamas. And no trade forthcoming either. Another man advantage early on for Power Mix. Extinct picks up the AWP from his fallen teammate. Let's put it to work.
Peter makes a last-minute rotation. Little did he know, but Vacancy could have actually been holding that rotation the whole time. They made it down to secret long ago. Not overextended. No risk going down without a trade. Leaf flashing towards main. His top site weakened. There's only 1 defender here. There's Nako on the back of the site with an MP9. Leaf and Giraffe can split the front of this site between main and Squeaky. Extinct and Vacancy try to join, but Oscar has that cross pinned.
Make his way out of the hut. Stopped at the door, and Leaf surrounded. Means that round from Verdant can't be doubled down on.
Yeah, massive oversight there from Verdant. They did have Leaf and Giraffe, as mentioned, in a prime spot to take the 2 versus 1 fight on that top site, but they waited for Extinct in vacancy to try and join Leaf in towards main, but in doing so, they completely overlooked the fact that Oscar just had it pinned with the AWP the entire time. Verdant. Now a full eco, they'll be accelerating towards this top site, but it's held.
Oh no.
Not a single frag going their way, not one, they're decimated. They force their way out of Hut and Squeaky. Power mix up to a 5th.
Not a single kill on an A rush. There's only so many places they can be. AKs are back out. No AWP this time. Sticking with 5 rifles. And a boost indoor. Artist taking space outside. These smokes. Oh, anticipates Asamas peeking over the edge. Giraffe finds the kill onto Vita. 1-for-1 trade. Back at Oscar. Drops down the ladder. Eliminates Artist. Leaf finds a response. And Oscar, oh, he's not going to shoot. Misses the quick scope, and Leaf finds another.
What a world we'd be in if Oscar actually shot then. I could have seen him getting a pick, quickly falling away, but missing, the left click button. Means that he fumbles, he sticks around a little bit too long, and is therefore punished. Verdant gifted that opportunity to secure this round. Abed will be rotating up towards Secret. Not going to be attempting this, I don't think, unless he wants a last second injure. It's held by Extinct.
Yeah. Verdant do get a second round. Back some lovely entry work from Leaf. But also, like, if Oscar actually shoots, could we be in a completely different round?
Do a quick pause. Vision by the HUD, I think it's a technical pause.
Yeah, seems like it. A couple of the plays on Power Mix yet to buy. Could be that.
Could very well be.
They're all unmoving. They're not moving at all. While we're here, Tim.
Yeah.
Obviously, doing a bit of preparation before the tournament. Well, this being Intel Tulpar. Tulpars Reloaded. I had a look at Tulpar Notebook. I'll tell you what, mate, they got some bangers.
Yeah.
If I was in the market for a gaming notebook, I'd be heading right over there. They got their A series, which is like the basic model, but it's still got at least an i5 in it, at least some RTX or GTX graphics, and 144Hz screen. There's a T series, and those are mental. Well, I'll have to discuss those at some point later, because those have got i9s and i7s in. It's crazy.
You run Counter-Strike on it?
Absolutely.
That's all that matters.
Imagine how useful that'd be if you had to fly for a LAN. But anyway.
What really matters is we're going back into the game, back into the Counter-Strike here. Oscar with York going to be attempting an opening pick, but volleyed off. Again, he's been such a thorn in the side for Verdant, so hard to deal with. Artist going to be trying to creep around the edge of the smoke again, this time towards Secret rather than through main. Or rather than through garage, sorry.
Yeah, no gap to play around either. Vita. As the smoke disperses on door, he gets clear vision. Doesn't see anything.
The thing is, now Artist can control the rotations down towards Secret. So if Verdant want to try and hit this ramp, he can, but there's 2 players in wait. Being stacked. Oscar rotates in. Making some steps at the bottom, the flashes come through. Abed in front, the flash will line up too, but Extinct, a double of his own. Beautiful flash, Oscar still blinded, he couldn't capitalise, couldn't join in, couldn't support. 3 versus 3. They set their sights back in towards the radio to try and recover this bomb, but it's Extinct to collect the quad, leaving Osamas. 1 versus 3, they know he's the outside player, flanking Artist. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. This is clever from him. If he had killed Artist, they would have just taken that bomb back up towards that top site. Gonna wait. Leave to plant it, see if he can punish. Planting safe for the single door where Artist had it held. Leaf will hold. Leaf and Extinct combining together to decimate Power Mix. A quad kill for Extinct.
Yeah, what a lovely quad kill from Extinct there.
Oh.
Beautiful transfer on the opening. And then he's the one
to set that up.
who gets both of the ramp kills as well.
That's finally broken the bank for Power Mix. Look at that graph, displaying it perfectly. The economy not in a great spot, and I can't tell if this is a Force or an Eco. They've gone for 5.7s and Kevlar, but Osama and Vita can't buy next round. I don't think Oscar can either.
It's a really strange one here, but they're having some limited success with it. A couple of kills at least. Oscar has one on Artist, who spins round and gets a bullet to the dome. Abed, I think this is suddenly getting very scary.
Oh,
there's the kill onto Extinct, and Leaf's fallen as well. A lobby crunch with upgraded pistols.
I mean, Verdant withstand the initial assault. They come out on top with those engagements, but I don't know what Artist is doing up on the A site there. Maybe perhaps a bit of an oversight. Verdant expecting Power Mix to force buy and not be on pistol. Perhaps expecting a better investment. I'll let Power Mix have a perfect buy now here, with the exception of that MP9. Staying on top of things. Looks to be a top site pop here for Verdant. Oh, Oscar. Oh no. It's all falling apart for Verdant. They're fast on the flank. Extinct and Giraffe 2 versus 5 are going to be rushing this bomb plant on the lower site, hiding in the smoke. Giraffe looking to try and hold down some sort of rotations in the vent. We'll catch the timing. Extinct.
Oh
but
no.
then Nako comes down behind. Giraffe can't activate. Power Mix will completely shut down Verdant. It looked like they were going for a top site pop there. Like the util that's thrown, that lurk smoke towards Tetris, a lot of mollies to make that back wall uncomfortable so that you can flash Vacancy through the smoke and then divert the rest of the players down the vent to almost fake a top site hit. But Vacancy goes down immediately, and as soon as he goes down, the rest of the players, they can just focus their attention on the players diving towards the vent. They're shut down. Power Mix collecting a 7th on the CT side of Nuke. It'll be a half buy for Verdant, a hero AK on Extinct, Tech 9s on the rest. Goes down through the smoke. Vita, 2nd onto Giraffe. Leaf tries to get this bomb down the vent, but he's missing it. Keeping through the smoke, it will be blown open, and Vita collects a 3rd.
Artist 1v5, Tech 9, lands a ding, that's it. 8 for Power Mix to the 3 of Verdant.
This is the map we expected Verdant to look so strong on. I mean, and now I think about it though, the fact that Leaf is replacing Divi, and knowing firsthand from how Verdant like to set up their T-side, especially on Nuke, Divi's throwing a lot of the utility for their set pieces. And with Nuke being a set piece heavy map, that means that, well, you don't want to move Giraffe, Vacancy or Extinct away from their positions. Whether it's Giraffe on the lurks or Extinct and Vacancy going for those entries, meaning you're left with Artist having to throw a lot of the utility that Divi would be throwing, but then who's throwing the utility that Artist would be throwing? It's normally between Artist and Divi who set up the 2 executes. But instead, they can't rely on their set pieces. They're having to rely on these defaults or these lurk plays from Artist, trying to get him into map control. But it's so one-dimensional, they're just not working out. He's constantly being spotted by Osama or Oscar, who are either cutting him down in the first place or catching his flanks or spotting him at the very least. Final round of the half. Verdant will be investing, and they need a 4th. A 9-3. I think that would be too scary of a situation for Verdant. 9-3. As good as their CT side could be on Nuke.
Samus. Yeah, that side playing around a sea of smoke. This time, Verdant do get a player down the vent, but it might not even matter as Samus takes down Artist. It's 2-11 at the moment. He's having a really rough T-side here on Nuke. That's how he'll finish the half.
Giraffe can hold down these rotations towards the vent. Verdant can safely get down towards the lower tunnels. But Power Mix with this man advantage, they might be content with setting themselves up for a B-site retake. Oh, look at this information play from Osamis on the minimap. He's made his way down towards Secret for a flank.
Oh no.
But Oscar completely sleeping. And Osamis caught out by Giraffe.
Hello, this round's suddenly back on Vita. Eliminates Distinct. We're into a 3-on-3. He's trying to look for that AK. Finds it. Waiting for his teammates to come down the ramp now before he continues to make his play. Incendiary is going to force bit of a reaction here. The kills just start to fly in. Leaf is alone. He's been taken down low on HP and Power Mix. Diffuse kit in play for Nako. They're going to make it a 9-3 half.
I was just thinking there that the retakes for Power Mix have been so poor on this B site that I wanted Verdant to just start hitting that beast, just forcing their way down and getting these 4-man setups. Like, the fact that Oscar's caught off guard there, but post-ban for Verdant was borderline non-existent. They gave them so much room to work with. And I said before, I don't trust Verdant with a 9-3 here on their CT side. I would if it was their full roster. If it's their full roster, I've seen them make bigger comebacks on their CT side of Nuke than this. But missing Divi is such a key piece for them. It's such a big disruption in their playstyle. Hang on that CT side. Will just be Artist hiding here towards Dark. Let's see if he can add some tallies to his 2 kills at the moment. Not cleared. Will tap down 1. Reveals his location. Not anticipated. The Silence USP comes into advantage and he will double his kill count. Buys enough time and space for his teammates to rotate in. It's just a 2 versus 2 until Giraffe domes Vita. Oscar left 1 versus 2. Has to recover the bomb. Can't just rotate up towards the top site. Giraffe and Artist group up together. But Artist fully baits Giraffe, but it pays off. Artist with the triple.
Still comes down to the 1v1, but massive work from Artist to get those initial 2 kills, staying alive. He goes unchecked, but he plays it perfectly, staying hidden until the best moment to strike. Gets the double. Does bait a little bit towards the end, but lands the shot and secures the round for Verdant. And this gives them the opportunity to mount a comeback now.
Especially with the bomb plant denied, it puts Power Mix in a sticky spot, and they're going to choose to go for a force fight. With these pistols, Eagles and Tech 9s. It means that they'll be double eco if they lose. Or on a second eco, to put it simply. We're setting themselves up behind this ramp smoke, which is a little bit shallow. Giraffe does have an MP9. It's not the cleanest of weapons to get, but it does allow him the ability to run back. We'll hear the utility come through. Blinded by the flash, will drop his own. Almix won't accelerate. They'll creep in. Giraffe has to fall back towards the B site.
Just a slow continuation. Crawling around the ramp room. Distinct finally makes a bit of noise, rattles off some shots with the MP9, eliminates Osamis, getting curious. Leaf. Still pivoting around Heaven here. It's a bit of a tenuous position. 20 seconds left. Giraffe's going to start to make a move on the ramp. Spots the bomb. Spots a second and a third. Wipes them all out. That's the bomb drop. Vita 15 seconds left on the clock, and Vacancy will wipe him out. Lovely bit of cash farm.
Helmets. A lack of helmets. It sets up Giraffe perfectly. The quick headshots on the MP9. Yeah, they withstand the force bite. Verdant. Not only that, They'll be up against a full eco here. I say a full eco. There's a lot of upgraded pistols brought up again for Power Mix. They're on a 3-round loss bonus. It's not the greatest investment in the next round unless they can get a bomb plant down here. Smoke dropped.
Vacancy dropped an extra bit of utility here. Samus has eliminated Extinct outside. Causes Vacancy to shift. Artist deals with the threat. Get spam from Vacancy. Picking off these T's now, slowly but surely. One for one on the ramp. Leaf comes into cover.
Oh.
Hello. Vacancy's gone now.
2 versus 2, it's a very tricky spot for Verdant. Amix have been able to group up together, get this bomb on towards this top site, which at the moment is empty. Leaf will hear these steps and wait for Artist to group up with him. Amix somehow out of this round with just upgraded pistols have gotten away with the bomb plant. $600 cash injection. Verdant retake, they clear out the majority of the top site. Do both have kits. First player dealt with. Time ticking.
Surely I bet can't pull this. Yeah, stick the bomb. And Artist lands a headshot. Verdant do recover the round, but it's costly. Power Mix get way more out of it than they bought in.
Far more. Giraffe in a 1 and done. Up against the Tech 9. Very costly round there for Verdant. The team who, again, always struggle economically with their decision making. Not helped out by how close some of the rounds against pistols end up being. And Oscar, an immediate opening Artist, shut down. Vacancy will rotate down towards the vent. We'll group up with Giraffe. They can go for a 2-man push up towards Secret. Proactive search for information. Giraffe will find Osama. They should realise that that's the ramp player. You see Abed looking to search, knowing that ramp likely open.
Ooh. Player spotted on the shoulder peak. Extinct is able to get away. Molotov comes in from Power Mix to keep him from engaging on the ramp.
I'm surprised Extinct went for a wide swing to throw a smoke there. It surprised me the amount of players who still don't know that you can just bounce a smoke off of the mid-ramp box and it'll perfectly smoke off the ramp. Same with the molly. That box is there, placed there really well for you to just smoke it off perfectly. And the amount of players I see who still wide swing to chuck a smoke in. Still, 4 versus 4. Our mix have Abed looking out towards the ramp. Gonna be a top site hit with the other 3 players to try and set up this lurk. Leaf decimated. Extinct can't get quite involved in the action, but he does find 2.
That's
not enough. Yeah, the 2 for 3.
Yeah, it does at least give Giraffe a say in this round. If he only gets 1 there, it suddenly becomes such a difficult prospect. But a 1v2, a lot more doable. Especially if these 2 players aren't able to play together. If one of them overextends slightly. Neko making a bit of noise behind the site. Giraffe swings out, but the double peak is good. Abed closes the round and secures double digits for Power Mix.
Scrappy round for Verdant. I love the idea of getting Giraffe and Vacancy down in towards, or coming up towards Secret, but they get 1 kill and then they disengage. And it kind of puts them in a sticky spot in the 4-on-4, especially after losing ramp control. choosing not to continue to push and secure outside and lose so much information. Investment far from ideal here. An artist going for a hero warp.
Yeah, this is a rough one. Leaves on Julie's. And Vacancy was having a good map on Dust too. Down on just 3 kills here on Nuke. Been abused on this top site.
Slow for Power Mix, just sat waiting patiently, biding their time, knowing that time ticks by. Verdant get more and more uncomfortable. Artist going to be dropping down in towards the site. It's impatient, look to take initiative, going for a ramp hut peak with York. But can't even land the shot. Nako punishes. In the meantime, Power Mix accelerating towards the ramp, but Extinct can't find anything, neither can Giraffe. It all falls apart for Verdant. Leaf does pick up the AWP. Vacancy looking to see what damage he can do on this lower side.
Pivoting around the doors, only good for 1. Leaf's going to save the AWP. Power Mix get themselves 11th. They're 2 rounds away from taking this best of 3 series.
After how close Dust 2 was, with that being one of Verdant's weakest maps, yet it went to overtime. Even double overtime, yet we're here on on Nuke, which theoretically on paper should be Verdant's best chance, and Power Mix are well in control of this game.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them at all. Firing here, but even still, they're missing a lot. Giraffe has a smoke. Extinct doesn't.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that saved AWP, Artist probably wouldn't have one in this round. But I mean, I'm pretty sure on the CD side he's yet to connect anything with it. We'll go for a full rotation towards ramp after not seeing anything.
Alex slowing it down here in round 18.
It's so constricting. They know that they have the control. They don't need to force anything. Utility whittled away from Verdant. Go. Second to last smoke burnt. Only have 1 left to try and defend this top site or retake. In the meantime, Osama was way around in towards Africa. Artist trying to hold down the main lurk. Knows that it's about to come through. And there we go. Activates with this AWP. Leaf holds down the top site from Mustang. Vacancy has eyes on the door cross. Oscar left to save his sniper rifle. 1 versus 5. Not a single kill for Power Mix. A successful hold for Verdant. They read the round well.
They did. But I'm going to be honest. Power Mix just sort of walked out dry. And sure, Verdant have no blocking utility, but they're still holding the angles. A couple of flashbangs would have probably helped you get out the door.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they were relying mostly on the lurk from Osama going outside. Like, they throw smokes that late. Verdant are going to say, well, if you throw smokes that late, you don't have the time to go down towards secret. So the smokes are used as a fake, which was kind of true. They were used to pull rotations. The only thing the smokes could then pull was Osama coming in towards main, and Artist was ready for that, had thought about that. If he didn't get Osama then, maybe Osama could have caught either got entries or perhaps trades on the players contacting out. But yeah, you're right. Even then, a flash definitely should have been used to try and disrupt, dismantle any of the angles being held by Verdant. They're given a lifeline here up towards 7. Some economic aid in the form of saving those weapons. Artist again, finally getting comfortable with this AWP on the CT side.
Again, slower from Power Mix. And at what point does slowing it down because you know you have all the control become turtling up because you're scared that you're going to give away the lead? Artist in a nice aggressive angle here on ramp, and it looks like it might just be a dry hit. Flashes come through, completely dodged by Artist, but he misses the shot. They can start to power in towards Hell where Giraffe lies in wait. Again, they freeze.
Slow. Yeah. The issue is with how slow they're playing is that they're playing group. So Verdant can read this quite well. They say, look, we spotted multiple of you taking ramp. You know you slowed it down, but when you slow it down, you're freezing. You're not taking anything else.
Smokes pour into the B-bomb site.
Pretty sure that's smoke missed.
20 seconds left. Oscar eliminates Artist. That's a big find. Vacancy. Doors closed on him. Does hold his own. Bomb will be planted regardless. It start to pick off these Power Mix players now. Oscar good for another, but that is it. Verdant make it 8.
It's sketchy with Artist going down so soon and Vacancy caught in a difficult spot, but they make it work. Close in. Bomb plant is going to help Power Mix afford some extra weaponry here. Used to go for some more upgraded pistols. We saw how close it can get with pistols. I say how close it can get. I'm pretty sure Power Mix won around with pistols, no? In the first half?
That was a long time ago, Tim.
It was a long time ago.
Doesn't look like Power Mix are going to be speeding up anytime soon. This is a slow one. A single smoke being prepared from Asamas with another from Vita. That's all they've got here. Looks like it might be another top site hit, but again,
So slow.
and essentially dry. It'll be with no flashes.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they know that Verdant are a relatively aggressive team. They can try and squeeze and wait for one of the Verdant players to get impatient. The issue is the player who's most impatient on Verdant right now is Artist, and he's got the AWP. It's a weapon that Power Mix currently aren't able to counter. They could counter him before. He wasn't quite so warmed up for a weapon.
Oh dear, well that's a kill.
Oh yeah, Giraffe walked on a strange angle, make it a second
another.
as Leaf pushes dry in towards Hut. Free rifle picked up. It was a 4 versus 4, but now it's a man advantage secured for Power Mix. And oh my goodness, are we about to see them win the pistols?
You called it. Artist and Vacancy. Try and retake here to keep Power Mix off of map and series point. Power Mix that came in through the last chance open qualifier. Verdant who came in through the UK qual. On the verge of being eliminated from the tournament, which would leave Endpoint as the only UK team left in the tournament. And they haven't even had an attempt at this one. They know how important these weapons are. They have to save them.
Yeah, they don't have the facilities to buy in the next without these weapons saved. Vacancy can drop over 2. Artist perhaps could drop over a FAMAS, maybe an MP9, and they'll be able to go for a buy. I think Vacancy's only dropped over 1. Decided to prioritise util.
Dropped a FAMAS.
Okay.
2 FAMAS. An AK, an M4. An AWP.
Oh, and Oscar finally starts to get back into his form with this AWP. We saw for most of this map, to be honest. Especially in that first half. Up to 21 kills already.
Almix setting up for some smokes. Can they convert this man advantage? They're going to be able to successfully execute onto one of these bomb sites. Smokes are going to be going outside initially, but they're a ruse, they're a distraction to keep Verdant's eyes averted from where they should be looking, which is ramp. Artist in the same position. Successful at dodging the flashes last time, but missed the shot when he was tested. Can he make up for it? Yes, he can. Equalizes the numbers. Power mix just freeze.
4 versus 4. Still technically an advantage for them. Also gained some map control at the back of it. At the very least pushed Verdant further away. Util deployed towards his top site. It'll be a full top site pop, Lee fully blinded, but none of the players walk out by the time he gains vision. An Artist comes up the vent, catches Oscar fully scoped into the 1 versus 1. Osama down with such low HP. Artist could finish this off with a CZ if he wanted to. It's the AWP. Find the kill. Verdant stay afloat. They get themselves a 9th. Only just.
Only just. It gets so incredibly close. Power mix. Get the opening pick. Spend a good amount of time just waiting for an overextension from Verdant, which doesn't come.
The thing is, for me, it's yes, it's 4 versus 4, but it's such a weak site hit with such weak utility, yet it still goes down to a 1 versus 1. Plus Verdant, again, despite such weak utility from Power Mix, only really secure that site thanks to a rotation from Artist catching a player off guard. Money still not had time to flourish for Verdant. The vacancy still going to be working with an SMG.
Samus. Not quite able to finish the job over the top of Silo. Does a lot of damage though. And Oscar's there to put a kill on the board for Power Mix. Round 22. There's a second. Samus comes in with the third. This is all but over. Leaf in a 1 versus 5. Power Mix on the verge. Knocking Verdant out 2-0 here. Unless Leaf, the stand-in, can go absolutely nuclear. Power Mix still playing it slow, still not overextending. Oscar's got Leaf pinned in main. This shot, the Vita is there to hold. 13-9. Power Mix will be sending Verdant home in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, an impressive display from Power Mix. Again, considering they are literally a mixed team, they do not practice, they don't have set pieces, they don't have set plays, they don't have a strat book, and they don't have established protocols. These are literally just players improvising on the server, but Osama and Oscar finding so much impact, those two specifically on the 2 maps across the board. And Verdant, again, really struggling there without Divi. The amount of impact that that man has on that AWP cannot be understated, especially with the fact that when you have someone standing in for him who's a rifler, you then have essentially 2 roles being changed. You have Leaf coming in on the rifle, you have Artist swapping over to the AWP. It makes it a lot more difficult, and you could tell that something was just off about them. Things weren't working, and on that T side, they didn't have much to fall back on Nuke.
Yeah, no, they really didn't. It was a rough one for Verdant there, and yeah, they are going to be going home, which I don't know. I feel like they
definitely had high hopes.
Higher hopes than that in this tournament. Obviously, coming through the qualifiers, and then now to fall in essentially the initial stage of the tournament here in the quarterfinal is not the way you want to be going out. That said, there is still at least some hope for the UK in this tournament, as Endpoint are still in it. They are in the other semi-final at the other end of the bracket. And then Power Mix are going to go on to face off against Fireflux, which will be an interesting game. I'm honestly not sure on that one because Fireflux looks so hot and cold.
I'm not sure either. I think that one's going to be a really exciting game based on the individuals that were required. I think the style of play that Fireflux have would counter Power Mix a little bit better with the unrelenting aggression that Fireflux brought, unless Power Mix play so slow, so tight, and so ready, waiting for that aggression, anticipating it. It could go either way, to be honest.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I mean, we can see here the bracket on your screen. Pacific Esport and Endpoint CEX will be our first semi-final on the 23rd. There's a little bit of time to wait. That's on Saturday. And then the same, Fireflux and Power Mix, the two teams that we've seen victorious today in the quarterfinals, will be moving on to those semis to decide who get to face each other in the grand final, the best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, there's some exciting series coming up. We've already been blessed with some really entertaining Counter-Strike across these quarterfinals the last couple of days, and it is going to continue in those semi-finals, so make sure to tune in for those games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been real. It's been real. I've enjoyed these last couple of days. There's been some interesting CS. There's been some good CS. There's been some not so good CS. But I think overall they've been entertaining matches, and that's all that matters. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you check out all of the Tulpar socials to make sure you don't miss any of the action. We'll be back on Saturday with the semi-finals, followed by the finals the day after. We'll see you in a bit.
See you next weekend.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.